Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation, etc. To encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft movement. It's not about rights, freedoms, or the problems nearly so much as it is about encouraging a collectivist and daring a nationalist. People's community mentality, sentiments, and movement. Something similar is being pushed around a Scottish identity based on the young woman who rightly and heroically stood up for her own physical safety. The same thing has happened with heritage Americans. In the U.S., the goal is to create a new understanding of what is an American that sees America as being an extended Volksgemeinschaft instead of a propositional nation or a nation based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. You say Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s. It all came crashing down in 1945. This approach has been taken before, in other words, and it wasn't the right approach then, nor is it the right approach now. To reject the Volksgemeinschaft current
James Lindsay is a fucking MiG-15, and I'm tired of pretending he's not. How's everybody doing today? Righty-ho. Well, we have some reacts to go through, so allow me to pull them up on the screen. The Guardian just shat itself, and not like it usually does, as in the website seems to be inoperable, or the particular tab that I was on. Right, let me pull everything up, and we can start reacting. Le Guardian. All right. What the fuck is this? I'm not paying shit. This is why I don't get views on YouTube. I'm so foul-mouthed. I'm sorry. I need to work on that. I need to find a better outlet for my angst. All right, so, well, The Guardian is complaining about 3D firearms, and I can't help myself but to poke fun at them. So, let's see what the Teetoddlers are upset about. Illicit and 3D printed firearms are a growing problem, like hell they are. Authorities are struggling to keep up. Yes, that is the entire point. As police investigate whether the alleged foreign word killer, more foreign words, Desi Freeman, owned homemade firearms, experts say the law on privately manufactured guns are a dog's breakfast. What does that mean? Is that a special? Does it have any kind of special content? Is that an idiom in the British English? In 2023, a Canberra mechanic was servicing a gray BMW when he made a startling discovery. Under the seat, he found a handgun. The pistol looked strange. It was made almost entirely of plastic, half white and half black. I assume this is Exhibit A, the meth Glock. What is this? This is like a single shot. I'm gonna guess 9mm, maybe 22. the Every SIG fan's favorite piece of hardware, the wood screw, and replacing the trigger as opposed to depressing it. Oh, lovely. The gun had been made by an associate with a 3D printer, according to court documents. Oh, sorry. The mechanic didn't know this, but the car belonged to a street-level drug trafficker who'd come down from Sydney. Okay, so this is Australia. This is even funnier. Seeking fast money, slinging meth across Canberra's suburb. The gun had been made by an associate with a 3D printer, according to court documents. It's untraceable and lethal, and big if true. And part of a trend that experts say threatens to fundamentally upend Australia's world-leading gun control. Good. Good. Free men deserve access to arms. The nanny state is about to fall. We just need to shake it a little bit more. The longhouse will end. I'm reaching over for the wrong bottle of water. I already finished that one. Andrew Hemming, an expert in criminal law at the University of Southern Queensland, says the laws on 3D printed firearms are what does that phrase mean? You say that like these are words that mean something. Manufacturing and possessing any types of firearms without a license is illegal across Australia, but specific laws on 3D printing vary between states. Some have criminalized the manufacture of 3D printed firearms or owning blueprints, while others rely on existing firearms law. The Commonwealth or mind cannot comprehend that I can just buy a black powder Colt single action army and it'll be shipped to my door along with a conversion kit that I can then just slap in, effectively manufacturing a firearm. Well, let's see. Hemming says that the United Action... It's an ad break, thank you. Hemming says the United Action Australia took to tighten gun laws after the 1996 Who completely not staged mass casualty event in which 35 people were murdered is now coming undone. Good. We all got together after Port Arthur and cucked ourselves. Well, the reality is, if anybody can make one, the sands have shifted, and it's only a question of time. Yes, the nanny state shall be shaken. More sophisticated and more lethal. The firearms found in Canberra resemble images of popular 3D printed pistol models known as the Harlot. Oh, okay, spicy, scandalous even. Court documents say, according to numerous online communities that celebrate and promote 3D printed guns, the Harlot is entry level. Yes, I think if you're serious about your 3D printed guns, you should aspire to the FGC-9. Oh, they even have a little GIF that demonstrates the rate of fire. I mean, the Urutau 2024. Oh. Interesting. You know what? As much as I hate bullpups, I'm kind of on board with this one. You know what? I need to look up the blueprints for this. I am on the verge of getting a 3D printer. It's going to happen inevitably. I just need so many. Not even. I know what. I won't be even getting it originally for guns. I will make guns with it. Trust you me. But I primarily needed to make plastic knickknacks like, I don't know, cable binders and holders for stuff and whatnot. It's quick, cheap to print, easy to assemble. Oh, I would like to see you try, darling. I would like to see you try. Hardware required is to complete the build is readily available. One of the website hosting's instructions say. More reliable and more deadly models are now showing up. Department Superintendent, I assume, John Watson, Commander of Drug and Firearms Squad in New South Wales. Police State Crime Command, and okay, this is a title. I don't care. Says police have been uncovering 3D printed weapons for more than a decade. Yes, and they will never stop. Over the past 3 or 4 years, the trend has been From very novice to very low powered, almost a one shot to higher quality weapons, he says. Good. Notable 3D printed firearms. The Liberator, 2013. Single shot. I believe the authorship of the Liberator is now being contested, oddly enough. The Shuddy MP1. First working semi automatic design. The Shuddy is a hybrid of 3D printed and factory made gun parts. I assume the upper would be factory parts, although I'm not sure which ones. FGC 9, design based on the Shuddy, but with changes so that it doesn't require regulated firearms parts. Yes, short of the barrel, which you can still make, but you know, it's just annoying to try to manufacture. In 2025, police say they have so far made seizures of homemade firearms in almost every state and territory. In one suburban home, police allege they found 3D printers as well as 3D printed pistols, magazines, and firearms parts. You cannot stop the signal. You just can't stop it. That's it. It's Jover for you. It is completely Jover for the gun grabbers. You may as well rope. The stash allegedly included a 3D printed semi-automatic carbine and parts commonly known online as the Urutao. The blueprints of the Urutao were released online only last year, but already components have been allegedly found during police raids in multiple states. In another case, police allegedly found the Nutty 9 firearm, a spin-off of the FGC-9, and a 3D printed pistol, as well as the digital blueprints for manufacture of a firearm. Images released by police show how a vast array of components allegedly found during the raid, including an incomplete Urutao. Gun parts in the post. Rajan Basra, the foreign name, of King's College London, says 3D printed gunwall has become a social movement. Like hell it is. The Urutao and other models, including perhaps the most infamous 3D printed firearm, the FGC-9, or fuck gun control based, emerged from online communities that share information and promote the creation of weapons, both as a means to push the boundaries of science and, according to some designers, permanently undermine global firearm prohibitions. Unfathomably based. Tip your local 3D gunsmith. They may be a little bit autistic, they may be a little bit spurgy, but they do important work. The Urutao was intentionally designed without the need for regulated parts in some countries, all with basically online retail stuff, as the man behind the gun design said on a podcast in May. Can you reference this nice man? We wish to sing praise. An open letter that accompanies the build kit online promotes the unlimited right to keep and bear arms. Hell yeah, brother. On Discord servers and file sharing websites, this community posts memes and gun right quotes alongside long lists of projects and links of recommended retailers for buying build kits, as well as barrels and parts that cannot be readily 3D printed. Can't wait for us to be able to just readily 3D print barrels. I think that there's definitely some advancement in material science that we still need to push through, but I would really like to see some kind of either a heat and shock resistant polymer that can be used for, at the very least, smooth bores, or ideally, if we find a way to streamline metal printing to the point where it doesn't require like a kiln and a smelter. In one case, Australian Border Patrol allegedly intercepted several shipments sent from China. The packages were allegedly described as pipes or high-pressure oil pipe, according to court documents. Police allege they were unfinished firearm barrels. I mean, can you really tell the difference until it's actually, you know, rifled? Some groups promote that they call what they call a new Second Amendment, according to Dr. Foreign name, an associate professor at the Royal Military College of Canada. Broadly, this is the belief that the right to bear arms is universal, not just part of the U.S. Constitution, and that is actually quite right. I think all free men deserve the access to the most effective arms within reach. It is just that the United States is the only country that allows free men to live free. This all falls with the same movement. which is essentially trying to push the boundaries of privately manufactured firearms, he says. The main impact here is the erosion of state control on firearms. Yes. So far, you know what? I'm not sure if this is imagined as a smear, but I'm pretty happy with what it's describing right now. Every town better start getting their affairs in order and make their suicides believable. Worried? Build one yourself. It's unclear how many 3D printed guns are being seized in Australia each year. There is no centralized record, yet an examination of court documents suggests various models are emerging, created both by hobbyists and those intending to use them for criminal purposes. Well, then, how do you know? In 2023, a man was sentenced in Melbourne for possessing a trafficable quantity of firearms, 6 of which were 3D printed handguns. Court documents show, including a 22 rim rifle caliber pistol. So, barely above a BB gun. Okay. As well as aggravated carjacking, among other charges. Some suggest 3D printed firearms may not be popular among the cohort linked to organized crime because of a lack of reliability and their aesthetic, and also the average low IQ of someone who is a professional criminal. They communicate to other people that you're not able to source a conventional firearm. But this could change. Some popular models, such as the Not a Glock, he says, look like a conventional firearm and are cheap to build. Extremist groups that might not otherwise be able to easily access the illicit market also pose a threat. Who are these groups? Are these groups in the room with us right now? Over the last few years, it's very typical for the gun blueprints to be shared by far-right influencers, along with instructional materials and incitements for followers to make guns at home. Says foreign name, who unmasked the men behind the FGC-9 as the already deceased German citizen Jacob Dugu. Is that a German name? I mean, listen, if we've managed to essentially just produce a 3D printed MP5 in the form of the FGC-9, I think it's good that we had some German boys putting their heads to this. Artyom Vasilyev was sentenced to at least 3 years in jail in South Australian Supreme Court in 2024. Okay, interesting. After pleading guilty to more than a dozen firearms offenses. In his sentencing remarks, the judge referred to a report prepared by a forensic psychologist which says Vasilyev was in the process of becoming radicalized and had material espousing extremist right-wing ideologies on his electronic devices. So you threw the book at him for wrong thing, and the firearms were just a pretense. Got it. So you should not be allowed anywhere near any kind of authority or power. That actually checks out entirely. Yeah, I can see that as being entirely believable. I wonder what those right-wing ideologies may have been. Could he have perhaps taken umbrage with the number of Indians that are suddenly finding themselves in Australia? A court heard that a plastic tub containing 3D printed parts that could be used to make an FGC-9 firearm was found in his home. So you didn't find an FGC-9. Interesting. So we're now criminalizing pre-crime. In an NSW hearing about whether to put in place an extended supervision order, the court heard how a man who has shared extremist beliefs was found to have downloaded hundreds of 3D printing files for a number of firearms. Urtau's anonymous originator, who goes by the handle of Joseph the Parrot, was asked on a podcast this year about extremists using his design. I mean, I don't support them if they build a gun. I can't do anything about that. If you're upset about a white supremacist building in Urtau, you can build one yourself to counter him. The math just works, man. What is this? Please help us hit our fundraising appeal target? What is this? Support Guardian journalism in the U.S. when the military is deployed to quell overwhelmingly peaceful... You mean the ones that were throwing rocks at ICE and interfering with them, you know, upholding the law by deporting people who are not supposed to be there? It's not exactly a peaceful protest, and you know that, you goddamn hacks. Elected officials of the opposing party are arrested and handcuffed. This did not happen so hard that things that happened were unhappened at this utterance. When student activists are jailed and deported, don't be in my fucking country if you want to be activists. So were you even sued? Why are you fundraising? It has never been more urgent or perilous to pursue reporting in the U.S. that holds power to account and counters the spread of misinformation. And The Guardian, making journalism for free. Spare 37 seconds on. Wait. So this is an entire thing of give us money for what? What is the purpose of the funds? You're not even reporting on anything that's related to the U.S. and not in any meaningful way. Absolutely despicable. You don't hate journalists enough. Oh, there's a fresh Razor Fist clip. I'm not gonna watch it on stream. I'm gonna watch it in my own free time. It does remind me that yes, Canada, apparently Alberta is aspiring to escape the clutches of Canada. Meanwhile, the man who went viral for towing away an ICE vehicle while they were making an arrest in Los Angeles has now been arrested himself. Oh yeah, here's the kicker. So while he was perpetrating his little stunt,
Fuck you, Ned! Fuck you!
he got slapped with a couple of interesting charges because not only was it theft of government property, not only was it interfering with the course of justice, but because there were firearms in that car, because it is an ICE car, he is now charged with theft of a firearm.
Fuck you!
You motherfucker, did you just actually try to pull a I didn't do nothing? Sorry, I don't speak taco. Absolutely fantastic. You love to see it. You love to see it. Illegals are being deported by the thousands, and you're blackpilling. My only request is that we deport the Indians next. Preferably, we start now, because that wouldn't be ICE's domain. We can start with USCIC. USCIS, excuse me.
Hi, this is Shadi.
Alright.
Today's topic is the striking in old jiu-jitsu. This is something I have spoken about countless times, but today we're going to be doing it within the context of Noguchi's book. Again, I've discussed...
I would like to... I have the book that he's referencing, but it's only one half of a book. I believe it's Tora no Maki, the one that's available on Amazon in a translation. And it is a fairly primitive, because it is a very early on. I would say even by the standard of the early 1930s, it is generally a very primitive document. There are styles like Shingetsu Musou Yanagiryu, for example, one that I've studied, that already have had more advanced striking development by that time.
Japanese jiu-jitsu, very recently, I think it was last week or the week before, a lot of you have interacted pretty well with it, so there is a striking section and I'm gonna comment on it. So I'm not a striker in the sense that I practice boxing or Thai boxing.
Don't worry, my guy, I am a striker primarily before I got into grappling.
But when it comes to grappling, your striking should serve grappling, meaning either it paves a way to your grappling or it helps you just finish things up. Think of kime no kata in judo. But today we're going to be looking at a little bit of details from the book itself, just a little bit. But speaking of books, of course, don't forget to check out my own book, The Origins and History of Judo, a translation of a manuscript from 1903, available in French, English below. So before we look at any striking, I just want to look at these stances. The sketching isn't the best. Pause if you need. The first one talking about how you get up, and the same way as you think of tactical standing up in Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. The one below actually is that what interests me, and it's against multiple opponents. It's not telling you that you're gonna just defeat them.
I think it bears to say that this is theory crafting to a certain extent. A lot of these older manuscripts are an attempt at systematizing information that was accumulated up to that point, because while all formalized schools have some kind of formalized and written tradition, at the very least in the form of the school catalog, the Mokuroku, those usually do not come with any kind of robust description of sort of what the actual techniques are. So that most of that would have ended up in Koden, in verbal transmission.
Effortlessly, obviously not. You never know what's going to happen, but in case you are up against a few, you plant your left knee firmly bent a bit, your right foot strongly behind. There's like a foot apart between your feet. Your arms are spread out, just like Hickson talks about, and you always mind your surrounding, always making sure everyone within your sight, of course, obviously. Now, when it comes to striking, the first one here, you can see you have it looks like a normal fist, but the middle finger is slightly up, where the knuckle is very showing. Again, think of soft tissue.
So this is what's referred to as a nakayubi poken, which is I'm not going to try to formally translate it, but basically it is the middle knuckle punch. You need to understand that a lot of striking theory, especially in older jiu-jitsu, is very unsophisticated, and it also does not technically operate in the same realm as sort of sparring-centric boxing or any kind of stand-up striking in an open context. It exists, yes, as Chaddy correctly notes, as a means of affecting soft tissue. The list of soft tissue is going to be slightly different. So, let's see what he does.
Not obviously something like the jaw or the forehead. Obviously, it's not going to work. But just in case things go bad, that finger can always go back with the others. Try it on your thumb.
So, actually, no. The middle finger does not go back if you form your ipoken correctly. Because you are supposed to apply pressure with your thumb in order to have the knuckles of the index end of the ring finger supporting the middle knuckle and preventing the finger from retracting back into the hand. Within reason, of course, but it should be a stable structure, because a non-stable structure is just not going to exert any force, even on soft tissue. And the primary use of a nakayubi ipoken is usually, at least in the Koryu styles that I've studied, is for punches that are directed towards the throat area.
Or any soft tissue, and you're gonna see that little point. It's like when a woman kicks and she's wearing high heels, all that force is concentrated on that one.
Although there are other variants of the ipoken. There is the index finger, the sashiyubi ipoken. That one is usually used for spots either on the face, so right underneath the nose is a typical target for that. For everything else, you'll usually just use your full fist.
Point. Now here, this is like where you have your thumb tucked in, which causes the three fingers in the middle to pop a little bit with the knuckles. Again, same thing, but you have to think of...
See, now that is actually an unsafe way to do that. You generally don't want to tuck your index finger, your thumb in. I assume, just based on the photo, I think Chadi is misreading this a little bit. This is what is referred to as Ryutoken, the dragon's head fist. And the striking area isn't the knuckles. It is the first joint of your top fingers. And you are supposed to use this surface in slashing movements across the face. So it is like a halfway between a properly formed fist and a flat fist, sometimes mistakenly referred to as a leopard fist. It's just called hiraken, don't overthink it. But Ryutoken is specifically a slashing weapon. And the presence of a thumb locked away to sort of prop up the other fingers is, again, another sort of atavistic sort of... It signifies the lack of good striking understanding of the people who formalized this technique.
Soft tissues like the solar plexus, the neck.
Oh, absolutely not. The solar plexus and the neck are not things that you want to affect with Ryutoken. It's specifically to elicit neurological responses. So the face, the nose, the eyes are going to be your targets for this particular shape.
I don't know, somewhere maybe at the groin, obviously, the thigh, all these places. Now let's take a look here, for example. Before he enters into his technique, the striking paves the way with low kicks, and...
So that's technically not a low kick. A low kick is definitionally a thigh kick. That is what's referred to as kansetsugiri.
Strikes on the midsection, and of course, again, all soft tissues. Here you see this low kick, and we're gonna see where...
It's not even really a kick. That's the thing. It is a kick in modern classifications. Look at that again.
All soft tissues.
That is an attempt to displace and destabilize your opponent by means of striking his lead leg.
Low kick, and we're gonna see where exactly to use your foot. Here, of course, you can finish your grappling with a strike. Here is another example. After Nagaoka, there's Mifune, of course. You can see, in order to enter, a little bit of an atemi, which paves the way to your judo, whatever it may be.
That I actually support. Myself being a very lazy grappler, if I have the opportunity, I don't want to grapple clean, so to speak. I will lean on my striking to create openings for me. And sort of the little know-how that I've discovered for myself is, generally, if you have a good impactful strike, especially from your reverse hand, so from your lead striking hand. Just a second, let me check something real quick. Okay, we do not have lip sync. We should have lip sync, but we don't for some reason. Oh, that's because I'm not using... What the hell? I don't know what's going on with this thing. Am I... No, I shouldn't be low. I think I'm about optimal in terms of volume, so that should be fine. I love dealing with technical difficulties on the fly.
Uchimata, shoulder throw, Osoto here, as you can see. So it serves as a kuzushi, and at the same time to close that distance, because in judo, when you think of self-defense, you kind of think, oh, what am I going to grip? How can I get the overhook and underhook and all these things? But
ooh,
you have to think of good atemi.
I would say it's a very good way of rendering your opponent incapable of maintaining frame and posting up on you. Like, striking is generally a means of preventing someone stiff-arming you, because they're currently in the process of, struggling for breath, and therefore they become a softened target for a proper takedown.
If things are dire, and that's very important. Wearing headgear, gloves and training them with your training partners. It's always good. Judo is not just a sport. And here you can see, even just to keep them at bay, a little low kick always helps.
That wasn't a low kick, that was a groin kick.
And
Cameron Case, do you want what I have? Yes, sir. I worshiped you growing up.
Who
here,
the
for example,
fuck are
the
you?
shuto. Look at the white dot. It's right next to the soft part, the padding on the hand below the.
So I would actually say that the point of impact should be over here, more where the muscular padding is. But again, you need to understand these are very early texts.
Little
fairly
pinky. You don't
primitive.
strike where the fingers are. You strike where the padding is. Again, it doesn't hurt if you're striking the neck, even the jaw, because there's that padding. Do it on a table. Sure, it's uncomfortable, but it's not like, punching a table where you basically break your hand. And here you see the low kicks. Low kicks are very important. If you look at kata like Goshinjutsu, Kime no kata, any type of self-defense, you're gonna see low kicks. And here you can see it's with the ball of the foot, almost like a very strong push above the knee or on the knee, just to kind of stop them on their tracks. It's always very good to keep them at bay and keep your arms in front of you, always calming them, as Hickson says. And here you can see again the low kicks being shown again. Look, it's very good. Sometimes it locks the knee, and also it's a very good surprise element. So again, it's not to be a striking genius or a striking expert, but
Well, I would say you need to be fairly competent in striking in order to apply it correctly in your grappling. So I wouldn't discount that. No, I'd say that you need to have a very solid understanding of what you're doing and why.
within that realm of judo, jujitsu, striking plays a minimal role, but it's like a key to that door of
I wouldn't say that it plays a minimal role, because grappling when striking is present versus just sterile grappling are two very different games, and the meta becomes very different. For example, there is no grip fighting whenever striking is part of the context, just because you're going to get your clock blown out while you're trying to look for those good aggressive grips.
wide range of grappling. That's how I would like to see it. It needs practice, just like everything else. And do you need to be a striking genius like boxing and then etc. Then add it to judo? You can always do that,
Hey, there's
obviously.
sort of a deal.
But when it comes to something that can
I would
help
say
your
boxing
grappling,
is a generally poor foundation for striking that you're supposed to integrate into grappling.
a little atami, a little formation of atami practice, headgear, putting gloves, training them as entry for your throw, whatever you happen to like, is always good. Not necessarily every day and relentlessly, of course not, but do it enough where your throw becomes very easy to access, just in case something happened. Again, not necessarily a big throw. You don't want to land in jail, yourself in jail, just if it's disproportionate.
It's funny how the Frenchman is incapable of full-throatedly endorsing proper self-defense training, despite sort of being a dedicated judo athlete. Hot damn, the absolute state of Europe.
But maybe how to refrain them from coming closer, a little low kick above the knee, or
A low kick above the knee does depressingly little, especially if you don't know how to place it well.
maybe you can get into a body lock from the strike, or how to target a solar plexus.
The solar plexus is
Effectively,
also
where-
vastly overvalued as a target. Like, I don't think a grown, fit man can be disabled by a strike to the solar plexus.
You cut off the breath, just like I believe Kyokushin, a KO. One of them is you get out of breath when you get your solar plexus hit, and that's enough. It doesn't hurt them. It doesn't.
Incorrect. So actually, that's one of the reasons why I say that. There are pretty much no serious Kyokushin athletes that you can subdue with a solar plexus strike, because most of them have enough conditioning to withstand that pretty easily. That's why Kyokushin focuses on hunting for liver shots and for targeting the ribs, or hunting for those nice flashy high kicks. So the solar plexus is very much a competency test for you as a defender, because if you get winded from being punched in the solar plexus, that is literally a skill issue. And not only does that not give you any kind of special KO in Kyokushin, if you knock the wind out of someone, you get wazari. If I believe if there is a stoppage, you get wazari unless they are unable to continue. And usually I think the countdown is about 10 seconds, I think.
Land them in the hospital, and most importantly, it doesn't land you in jail. I've been getting flooded with my video of the foot sweeps are not safe, and people telling me, yeah, that's the point. And no, I mean they're not safe as in be careful, because there are legal ramifications. We still live in the real world. That was the idea of that video.
Yeah, and I live in a world where self-defense is actually legal, and I don't even really need to go as far as executing leg sweeps. I can just draw and punch the guy's fucking card out with 3 center mass. But again, the French mind cannot comprehend.
Hello?
Quit palate cleanser.
Hi,
How are you doing
hello,
today,
little
Servant
kitten?
Demon?
Little kitten wants some tube? I'm scared of the camera. What is that thing? Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Meet Envy, a 12-week-old Maine Coon kitten with a name so fitting it hurts. Because let's be honest, everyone who sees her immediately wishes she was theirs. But too bad,
true.
she's mine for today.
Can I see your little nails? Oh, they're really short. Somebody clipped them. You have some litter nails. Look at this little belly. Okay. Sorry, my phone barked. Hi. Hello. Oh, you're purring? Oh, I just want to eat it.
She's here for her first ever introduction to the world of professional grooming, which is important because one day her majestic fluff will rival that of a small lion, and regular maintenance is a must.
They are very caked with litter. We are bathing her in pure fur because it is very gentle on kittens, right? You're so sweet. I really need to scrub those nails though. And your butt. Your butt has some poop on it.
I love how Maine Coons are low-stress cats, even as kittens.
What a pretty cat.
Like, the cat is not
The
spazzing
backwater
out, it's
quickly
not
turns
fighting.
from clear to what have you been rolling in, and we both silently agree to pretend we didn't see that.
You're a very dirty little kitten. You're actually very small for a Maine Coon. Even at 12 weeks, you're quite tiny. Okay, I'm gonna do a rinse. Don't panic. It's okay.
That does
Little
make
kitty.
noise.
Good job.
Time to rinse. She makes a few more tactical escape moves, but never lets out a single cry.
Dirty kitten. Good job. It's so cute. Shall we keep you? Cameraman is laughing. Yeah, you're a good kitten. Oh, I don't think that was necessary. You did not need to grip my arm that hard. No jumping. Just get him feisty. Okay, we need a little itty bitty tiny happy hoodie. Even the smallest one is going to swallow you whole.
She immediately starts licking herself dry. Because clearly, my rinse job didn't meet her high standards.
Are you drying yourself? I'm gonna dry you, help you out.
I suit her up in the tiniest happy hoodie known to cat kind.
Whoa!
Do I have to put you in the easy bake oven?
She leaps off my lap, climbs onto my shoulder, and wraps herself around me like an extremely judgmental parrot.
I want a cat so bad.
Hi. Please don't scratch my neck. I need to dry your tail. I'm going to remove the happy hoodie, and she is not going to like that. Hello.
Hey,
Okay,
that thing
don't
also
scratch,
makes
though.
noise.
Don't scratch. You did a good job. Good job, little kitty.
Brushing time. I use my slicker brush to fluff her up, and she accepts it with mild annoyance.
Can I shave your butt?
But the moment I go near her rear end with the clippers, full betrayal. She hisses, she squirms. She attempts to flee the scene of the bum shave.
Okay, you're done.
You're done, kitty.
Just wanted to clean up your butt because there was poop stuck on it. It's okay. Are you gonna try a tube?
To make amends, I offer her some meat gurt, like Go-Gurt, but for carnivores. She looks at it and says no. Honestly, the shade this kitten throws is unmatched.
Oh, you're sad. I know she wants it.
Maybe she want to play with a toy.
She's kind of scared, but I can try. No, I'm too scared right now. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Doesn't quite grasp the concept of the toy yet. Ah, never mind. There she is.
We finish the groom with a little playtime, because despite everything, she deserves it, and so do I.
Apparently you're supposed to play with cats using tangible toys over laser pointers because it gives them something physical to actually grab and, you know, get that dopamine hit. Because otherwise it leaves them anxious.
This is Toby.
We're gonna watch another Maine Coon video.
11-year-old boy dies after being shot while playing a game of Ding Dong Ditch with his friends.
I wish I didn't have to keep making.
I mean, on the one hand, yes, it's kind of big, sad, and whatever the fuck else. On the other hand, we have to have at least some form of natural selection going for us.
Videos like this, because at the center of the story is an 11-year-old boy who will never get to grow up, all because of what started as a childish prank. And on the other side, there's a man who may end up spending the rest of his life in prison for the decision he made in split seconds. Nobody wins here. Literally nobody.
HPD homicide detective tells me that 11-year-old boy died around 2 o'clock this afternoon after getting shot multiple times. I'm told that the shooting happened near that intersection after a game of Ding Dong Ditch that happened at this home. And I'm also told that police are executing a search warrant right now at this home after finding multiple guns inside. Now,
so here's my question. Why is there a search warrant? How does that relate to the case?
take a look at this.
How do the guns inside relate to the case?
Video from overnight. This is video from last night. You can see someone coming out of the blue home on Mimbro Street near Fidelity with their hands up. A little bit before that, police used a loudspeaker ordering them to surrender. Houston police confirm with me that that person has been detained for questioning. Investigators say that 11-year-old and other kids were ringing doorbells at several homes around 11 o'clock last night after they rang the doorbell.
Why was an 11-year-old out at 11 at night? Can someone tell me that?
At the home on Mimbro, police say someone chased one of the kids at the intersection and shot him in the back. He was taken to the hospital, and as I said, he died this afternoon.
Since that first report came out, there have been more details about what happened that night. Details that make this even harder to process.
New details about a child's game of Ding Dong Ditch ending in tragedy. Houston police say an 11-year-old boy was shot and killed Saturday night while running from a home on Mimbro Street in East Houston.
He died Sunday afternoon, and the man who fired the shots has not been arrested.
11-year-old boy shot and killed after doing a doorbell prank at this home, was visiting family for a birthday party about a block away. People are heard yelling in this surveillance footage from near Racine and Fidelity Streets in East Houston just before 11 p.m. Saturday. About 25 minutes later, video shows a Houston police car driving by. The suspect, described as a middle-aged man, allegedly came outside, chased the kids, and shot the 11-year-old boy in the back.
Okay, see, now I have no compassion for either party in this exchange. Because your home is your castle. Don't chase people from outside, from your curbside. Like, if they are off your property, you get no extra points for claiming a scalp. It's not the end times yet. There is no point in doing that. Please, 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 if you have a firearm, and if you intend to use it for self-defense, don't be retarded.
He died in the hospital Sunday afternoon. Texas law follows the Castle Doctrine, which allows homeowners to stand their ground against threats using deadly force. But KHOU 11 legal analyst Carmen Rowe tells me, quote, "From what we know, it is difficult to imagine a homeowner
Is the suspect brown? Not that I am aware of, especially since he, surrendered to the police.
reasonably believing children playing a centuries-old prank posed a legitimate threat."
Transition to charges filed, and now, after all of that, the man who pulled the trigger has officially been charged with murder.
Hours ago, we learned that murder charges have been filed now in the shooting death of that 11-year-old boy shot while reportedly playing Ding Dong Ditch.
As you can imagine, this is a case now getting national attention.
This is now the third time in just a couple of months I've had to talk about a story involving kids playing Ding Dong Ditch and ending up shot. And the kids seem to keep getting younger and younger. This time, we're talking about an 11-year-old. Now, when I was growing up,
I would look into who the 11-year-old was with.
There was one hard rule. Bring your ass home before the streetlights come on, period. And if I broke that rule, the only thing I was getting hit with was my mama's belt, not a bullet. So a part of me can't help but ask, what the hell is an 11-year-old doing outside at 11 o'clock at night running around people's houses? That doesn't excuse what happened, but it is part of the picture, because here's the distinction we have to make. Childhood pranks have been around forever. People had guns decades ago too, but we weren't hearing about kids getting shot over Ding Dong Ditch. So why now? Now, I can think of a couple of things. First, the way some of these
I'm pretty sure we had significantly lower teen participation in gang violence.
Pranks get carried out today. A lot of these kids aren't just lightly knocking and then running, or ringing your doorbell and running. No, they're drop kicking doors, making it sound like a break-in. If you're a homeowner and it's 11 at night, your adrenaline already is spiking before you even get to the door. And then there's the other aspect, perception. Kids these days don't always look like kids. I don't know what they're putting in the food these days, but we've got 11-year-olds who are 6'3" with broad shoulders and from behind look like a grown man. Add in the reality that some kids are out here carrying guns themselves, and you start to see how things get misread or possibly misread.
I mean, that guy better have had a Ring camera that has some extenuating circumstances as to why he felt compelled to run out and chase them with a gun.
Even if that doesn't make it justified. And here's where I need to be crystal clear. Do not chase people outside of your home.
Would this make you buy a Ridge wallet? 2 people could win a Lamborghini Huracan Sterrato, a Hennessy Velocity.
Just don't do it. I don't care if they ding dong ditch your house, stole a package off your porch, or maybe broke a window before they ran. If they're leaving, just let them leave. Nothing you own is worth the legal battle, the stress, the money, and the possibility of losing your freedom. And I say that very...
Whenever you use a gun, you need to be able to explain why you felt a clear and present threat. You need to explain something, a level of threat that a reasonable person would have deemed a threat to your life.
Cautiously, because I know how pissed off I get about people stealing and taking my stuff, and I can imagine how other people feel about it. But the reality of our world is that if you chase someone out of your house and hunt them down, even in the moment, the likelihood of you being charged and being convicted with something is exceedingly high, regardless of what state you live in. Because even here in Texas, with Castle Doctrine, with strong self-defense laws, law enforcement still has a very low tolerance for what they perceive to be unjustified shootings. It's not a free-for-all like some people imagine, and this case proves it. Now we've got a kid dead over a prank, And we've got a man sitting in jail facing a murder charge. Both lives destroyed. And for what? This is why I keep hammering this point home. Control your kids. And as homeowners, control your emotions when you can to the best of your ability, because one bad decision in the heat of the moment can change your life and someone else's forever. Now, look, in this particular case, things are very questionable. Nothing about it feels clear cut, but I also know plenty of other cases where the person defending themselves was absolutely justified.
Sorry, my guy, USCCA is still a shithole. I'm gonna have to cut you off there. I understand you're under contract, man. Like, no hard feelings, but...
Good morning, everyone.
I would say, generally, as a rule of thumb, as long as we're talking home defense, while it may cost you a pretty penny and generally not be something you want to deal with, misting the fucker inside of your house is going to be better in 100% of cases. As opposed to him bleeding out on your porch. Because when he's inside, it's more or less a cut and dry case. Yes, you're going to have to repaint that wall and install a new door. But at the very least, you're not going to have to deal with having to prove that there was a tangible threat to you. But apparently there was a whole thing happening with the alleged Epstein client list. I have actually not had a chance to look into it today. So we're going to tune into this brand new little video. It is quite long. I don't know if we're going to zip through it. I want to see the contents of it. It is somewhat suspect that it was in my homepage on YouTube. Generally, YouTube does not promote anything that's terribly interesting on its own or relevant.
Everybody, good morning.
I do have a very genuine distaste for Ro Khanna. I think that he is a sniveling little commie cuck. And this is very much a broken clock is right twice a day kind of situation. Because he started engaging in this probably because he took the bait from T-Money.
Hello? Please, if we could, just out of respect for particularly the survivors who are going to speak, if we could have some silence. And if folks could just please calm down. People can speak when members of Congress are speaking. I just want to make sure that the victims and survivors are going to be heard today. I want to begin by thanking Brittany Henderson and Brad Edwards for their tireless work in the pursuit of justice.
When I say that Ro Khanna is a rotten to the core commie, I'm not just talking out of my ass. I'm not making assumptions about the guy. The dude deadass proliferates the myth that Sacco and Vanzetti were executed because they were Italian, and not because they were violent bank robbers who have killed people in the process of said bank robberies, who were also themselves incidentally communists.
And I want to thank Sarah Drury on my team for working with them. Above all, I want to thank the survivors who are here today, whose courage and strength have brought us to this moment. I want to thank my co-lead, Congressman Thomas Massey, and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene for standing with survivors here today. Today, as you can see, we're united in restoring trust in government.
But why does it have to be today? Why does it have to be in September 2025? What prevented you from doing this stand-up activity and passing the Epstein File Transparency Act back during the previous president's term?
We're here not as partisans, we're here as patriots. We begin...
My brother in Christ, you are a literal, actual fucking communist. Please keep the word patriot out of your fucking mouth. What am I up to? What is my opinion on this? Pedophiles and human trafficking bad, but Ro Khanna also bad because communist?
The work of bringing this country together, progressives, independents, moderates, and yes, MAGA supporters, to demand truth and justice. A nation
How are you doing,
that allows
Thunderbiome?
rich and powerful men to traffic and abuse young girls without consequence.
Patriot yet brown commie? Interesting. Yeah.
Is a nation that has lost its moral and spirit.
I don't think someone who wants to fundamentally change your country could be called a patriot. Do I think Mamdani will be the president in 20 years? You feel like Newsom will fail but Mamdani will rise? Absolutely the fuck not. If Mamdani gets anywhere near a presidential nomination, I will fucking riot. The South will rise again. Abso-fucking-lutely the fuck not. If Mamdani has ever has a snowball's chance in hell of even being within spitting distance of the presidency, that is it. The country is fucking over. He wants to globalize the Intifada. That's what scares you? That's the only thing that scares you? Every word that comes out of Mamdani's mouth is a reason to stuff him into a fucking wood chipper ASAP. The dude needs to be misted yesterday. I don't know why he's permitted to be a political figure at all. Well, I mean, he's barely a figure anymore after he fumbled benching 135 in public. So hopefully the Italian pervert Cuomo is going to be back in his seat groping staffers. He comes in the package of helping the economy? No, the fuck he doesn't. There is no helping the economy. Nothing that Mamdani proposes is going to help the economy. He's going to bankrupt New York.
Spiritual.
If Mamdani gets elected, they'll secede from the union. Listen, I'll be right there with you. You mean as a nicely wrapped Christmas package that's on the outside? Well, see, I think people are already acutely aware of the fact that inside that package is a steaming turd.
Core. Americans are asking a very simple question. How is it possible that in the richest, most powerful country in the world, there are corrupt special interest forces, both foreign or domestic?
Can you say the last name Clinton for me, Rokana? Can you bring yourself to to say Bill Clinton?
That are preventing the release, that have a stranglehold on our government and are preventing the release of the full Epstein files. There is something that is rotten in Washington. Less than 1% of these files have been released. We are
There's
demanding
a Palestinian-Ukrainian flag waving back and forth. I didn't spot
today
that, but
on the discharge petition,
kind of not surprised.
that all of the files
Oh
be
yeah, there he
released.
is.
We know we have,
Yay, I support the current thing.
212 Democrats, and we have 4 Republicans, courageous Republicans like Thomas Massey, Nancy Mace, who was so emotional.
I'm sorry, Thomas Massey is sometimes just a fucking tool. The man lives to be a contrarian, just a completely unproductive one too. So there's the guy named Bill. Ever heard of him? I hear he plays the sax pretty well.
Yesterday, after talking to the survivors,
Quite the hands on that guy.
Congresswoman Boebert and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. We need just 2 more signatures to force the release. So we gather here.
I think it's kind of pointless to force the release of anything right now, because the field office in New York shred everything worth releasing the moment the Trump presidency tried pulling any of the reports. Again, where was this energy under Biden? What prevented this wonderful piece of legislation from surfacing? Hell, if anything, you would have had significantly more Republican support.
On the steps of the Capitol to confront these corrupt forces. Today we stand with survivors. We stand against big money. We stand to protect America's children.
Okay, but why did you wait until 2025 to do all of those nice things that I support in principle, just not when you do it? He looks like he'd grope his intern's fucking slime ball. Nah, I don't think Rokana has the testosterone level to even feel the desire to grope an intern.
That is really what this is about.
Although he is Indian, so I guess you never know.
I now want to bring up my Republican colleague, Thomas Massey. He has shown so much courage, so much leadership. And I saw some people, I say the same thing about Marjorie Taylor Greene. She has shown so much courage on this issue. I saw some people when I was coming here calling her names. We've got to stop that. We've got to stop the partisanship on this issue. This is an issue where they both have shown real courage and leadership, and I appreciate them joining us today. Congressman Massey.
I want to thank my colleague Ro Khanna for co-leading this effort to bring transparency and justice for these victims. I hope my colleagues are watching this press conference. I want them to think, what if this was your sister? What if this was your daughter? When these survivors speak,
I'm thinking, why not 4 years earlier?
the Washington establishment is asking the American public to believe something that is not believable. They're asking you to believe that two individuals created hundreds of victims and they acted alone, and that the DOJ has no idea of who else might have been involved, that nobody else did anything that rose to a criminal enterprise. The American people know that's not true. Now, the Speaker of the House just offered a fig leaf to my colleagues. They're going to vote on a non-binding resolution today that does absolutely nothing. I appreciate the efforts of my colleague James Comer, who's leading the Oversight Committee. They may find some information, but they're allowing the DOJ to curate all of the information that the DOJ is giving them. If you've looked at the pages they've released so far, they're heavily redacted. Some pages are entirely redacted. And 97% of this is already in the public domain. So I'm calling on my colleagues, be one of the next two who sponsors this discharge petition. I think it's shameful that this has been called a hoax. Hopefully today we can clear that up. This is not a hoax. This is real. There are real survivors. There are real victims to this criminal enterprise. And the perpetrators are being protected because they're rich and powerful and political donors to the establishment here in Washington, D.C. So today we're...
Why is the testimony not public? Can someone explain that to me? Why is there a press conference, and apparently there has been hours of testimony, but we're not privy to, you know, any of the actual content of that? Just a second. There's a Jasmine Crockett episode. I really want to look into that. I want to see if she's as ratchet as she usually is.
Thank you so much. And first of all, let me just say that we are standing before you. We're having this conversation because of the oversight Democratic leadership. And so I want to reiterate.
Oh, hey there, Seku. You had to do a building by yourself? What kind of building?
That it's the Democratic leadership on oversight that has truly been able to move this forward. I'm sure many of you don't recall, but we were sent home early to try to avoid being able to take a vote on something like getting these files.
They're going to release and then cut 2 minutes? True.
Are about doing real transparency. We don't care who's in the files. We are going after you. So if I had...
Again, where was this energy 4 years ago?
To sum up what happened today, we heard the stories of victims, and honestly, we heard the story of at least one person that has never come forward before today. This was the very first time that she was telling anyone in a semi-public way her story. And if I had to summarize the theme, I would say that their theme was to do something. It is probably the theme of the American people in general right now when it comes to government, is that they want us to do something. So yes, we had the roundtable, but they actually want to see some action. The fact that this started off in the 90s, and we had someone who could talk about what happened to them in the 90s, but then you go down the line and you've got somebody that's telling us their story from 2008. These failures led to years and years of abuse that did not have to take place. And so the reality is this.
Checking and testing fire alarm panels? Ah.
Some think that this is all over, and some think that nothing else is going on. But if there was ever a RICO case it would have been the Epstein case. So how we went from something that should have been RICO because of how sophisticated.
How have we gone from, God damn it, the way this woman speaks is intolerable. Truly, putting business suits on hookers is the new lipstick on a pig.
Of a system this was, and this wasn't just one little sick old man that was doing stuff, but there were so many layers, whether we're talking about the banks that were involved, whether we're talking about those that worked for him, that helped him, whether we're talking about the monster known as Maxwell, and that's exactly how y'all need to refer to her. She is a monster. She is not a victim. So let me tell you, I want some action items to come out of this, because for once we
You're going to have to steal that phrase, and we'll go right ahead.
somewhat look like we're bipartisan in the Oversight Committee. Number one, we need answers. We need answers on why it is that
Listen, I'm just never going to be content with the fact, and, you know, fortunately, I think that redistricting is going to address that very unfortunate mishap. But I'm deeply offended by the fact that one of the seats in Congress that Texas has is occupied by a typecast escort.
Maxwell was transferred from her current station or her former station in Florida down to Texas. We need to have an understanding, because everything that I heard today leads me to know that for sure she was all up and in and through this.
Also, is it just me, or does she have a lazy eye? Why weren't you asking for answers years ago? I know, right? For some reason, all of them care in 2025.
Entire process, not to mention that she was indicted by a jury of her peers, and then she was tried and convicted and given 20 years. So why is it that we had somebody, again, it almost seems like we are doomed to repeat our failures, because why is it we have high-level people that seemingly are running cover for a criminal? And that is what she is. She is a monster, and she is a criminal. So number one, we need answers on what happened with that transfer, why it took place. And honestly, we all need to stand together and say that Maxwell needs to go back to where the monsters go, which is to a higher level of security. We also need to understand that Debbie Wasserman Schultz has legislation that she has been trying to push forward. And
The Carnival Cruise subsection of the Black community.
so in a bipartisan way, we all need to get behind Debbie, because
You know Crockett gets up to some nasty shit the moment that ship leaves port. You know that her asshole has the same traffic as a bathroom stall. Well, the same one that she's incidentally working the glory hole at.
because we found, and what we learned is that there were loopholes as it relates to the Crime Victims Act. And so we've got to make sure that no other victims suffer in the way that they did when you have somebody like Alex Acosta that decides that he wants to play games and dismiss a case and never inform the victims of what's going on as is required by law. So we are going.
You hear that? Her breath alone was enough to give that microphone an STD. That's what you're hearing right now in the form of that static.
Going to have to fix those loopholes to make sure that that doesn't happen, because it took them 10 years of fighting this, and ultimately by the time they got
As soon as the anger drops, it's over.
to the end of it, well, it also was Jeffrey Epstein's end, and so there was not a resolution for that. And the final thing that I think that we need to do is, obviously, we need to continue to push forward and make sure that we get all the files, because we know that we have not received them all. Because I am standing in front of the press, I'm also going to make a plea. One of the things that I realized was that there's
Now, wait, has Crockett received some of the files? Can we take a look?
a lot of stuff that the DOJ may have, but honestly, if you don't have a thorough investigation, and I can't say if we had a thorough investigation or not, we have no idea. But the reality is that when you have investigators that go out and they collect information. I am not necessarily convinced that they even have gone out and done their due diligence to fully investigate this case in the first place. So if there's anyone in the public that believes that you have information that would be valuable, you've never been able to get through to federal agencies, or no one would listen to you when you try to go forward and bring information forward, I am asking that you trust Oversight DIMS and you bring that information to us. Or if you know where some information is contains, let us know so that we can then...
Now that we've made sure that all of the attached parties have ended up in seemingly random accidents that they happen to survive and then take their own life anyway, now we're calling witnesses to come forward so that we can kill them as well. Jesus Christ, I hate it. Every time that woman opens her mouth, how could you know an angel dies. Imagine the smell. Alright, let's see what Speaker Johnson has to say on the subject. It's probably going to be more nothing burger platitudes.
Good afternoon, everyone. We just spent more than 2 hours with 6 of the Epstein victims, some of the...
Oh boy, time for anonymous sources to prove Trump was the real Epstein all along, yeah.
bravest women I've ever met. They're very courageous. They shared their stories.
Why can't we see the testimony, big man? Why wasn't it televised like most oversight committees are?
Some of the ladies have shared these stories publicly before, but at least 2 of the women had never told their stories before. One for the very first time in the room. And so there were tears in the room. There was outrage.
That's great. I would like to see that.
It was both, I would describe it as heartbreaking and infuriating that justice has
The real Epstein was the friends we made along the way, yeah.
been delayed so long. Some of the women in the room began to be groomed by Epstein and his accomplices, Ghislaine Maxwell and the others, 30 years ago.
Who are the others?
Some of there were 4 attorneys in the room. Some of them began civil litigation against Epstein and the Epstein evils and everything associated with it 20 years ago. This has gone on for a long, long time. And they shared their stories. They shared how these brave young women, Epstein and his accomplices, stole their innocence, stole their very lives in some cases, stole their hopes and dreams and aspirations.
Waiting for the
ruined them in
Spartacus
so many
moment.
ways. But they came forward courageously to share their thoughts and their hopes in the House Oversight Committee. And
hi, play for an ultra?
Racing for an ultra?
Don't forget
that the House itself, that we would do this in a bipartisan fashion and seek those answers, and we will. They are owed that. There may be as many as 1,000.
Oh no, he's reusing Crockett's microphone. It's so over for him.
Victims. Think of it. Hundreds and hundreds of young women who some of us imagine seated behind these 6 women. One of the members in the committee said that they speak for all of them. And it's been long, long overdue. So the objective here is not just to uncover, investigate the Epstein evils, but also to ensure that this never happens again, and ultimately to find out why justice has been delayed for these ladies for so very long. It is inexcusable, and it will stop now because the Congress is dialed in on this. I'm very grateful for the leadership.
I mean, given the way Congress absolutely fumbled the big, beautiful bill, and specifically the deregulation of NFA items, I'm not sure I have great confidence in anything that Congress has zeroed in on.
Of Chairman James Comer of the House Oversight Committee, who's with me here, and he's done an extraordinary job. August was a very busy district work period for so many members of Congress who were fanned out across the country in their districts doing town halls and business roundtables and constituent services. But our House Oversight Committee was working all along on their subpoenas. And I'll let him recount for you some of the great work that has already been done. But 34,000 Epstein documents have already been collected. We will not stop there. This is the beginning and not the end. And they are going through very carefully because we have 2 ultimate objectives here. We want to bring justice to every single person who is involved in the Epstein evils or the cover-up thereof. But we also want to be equally certain that we protect the innocent victims. Many of these young women, some of them are now middle-aged women, have never come forward. We do not want their names or identities to be uncovered carelessly or intentionally in any way. And so the House Oversight Committee, in a bipartisan fashion, is combing through these documents to ensure that we redact only the information related to the innocent victims themselves. We cannot be involved in subjecting them to any more harm. With that, I want to yield to our very able and very busy chairman for all the...
I think this whole song and dance around protecting the identities of the victims is a very big pretense that's definitely going to be abused to obscure more information. So I don't think that's a very productive use of anyone's time.
Great work he's been doing. Jamie Comer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just give a quick update. I think everyone knows who all we've subpoenaed thus far in the initial batch. We subpoenaed 6 former attorneys general, as well as Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton.
Oh,
We've
hell
expanded
yeah.
that to Alex Acosta. Acosta's coming in, I believe, September the 19th, 16th or 19th. We've got that date
So we're finally hearing some spicy names.
down. I know that we'll have a lot of questions for him with respect to an earlier...
I did not have sexual relations with that 15-year-old.
Epstein prosecution that he was involved in when he was U.S. attorney. We have the documents, the initial batch that had been sent by the White House. As you know, we also subpoenaed Pam Bondi for those documents. The White House is working with us. I want to publicly thank the White House for turning over.
Interesting how you need to subpoena Pam Bondi. It's almost as if she is the squeaky wheel and the actual limiter on Trump's power, who was installed by the deep state to thwart him at every turn. Because so far, Pam Bondi has done nothing but get in the way of things we've voted for.
So many documents thus far. We're in the process of uploading those documents for full transparency so everyone in America can see those documents. It's going to, as quick as we can get them uploaded, and as the Speaker said, they're 34,000 pages. So we're doing everything we can to get those uploaded. We want those to be public as soon as possible. And then we're going to continue to bring in more people. We learned of some additional names today. We're going to do everything we can to give the American public the transparency they seek,
Proud ad
as well
warriors,
as provide
yeah.
accountability.
We welcome you back, warriors of the ad revenue. What were you sold today?
In memory of the victims who have already passed away, as well as those that were in the room and many others who haven't come forward. So we're sincere about this. This was a 2.5-hour discussion. It was as bipartisan as anything I've seen in the 9 years I've been here. Appreciate the Speaker
This
for
is
giving
September
us the
2nd.
authority to seek out everything that I think you all want and the people that I talk to as I travel America want, and we're going to do everything we can to get the answers and to do it as soon as possible. I yield back.
Question or two, Manu? Go ahead.
The President has repeatedly referred to this as the Epstein hoax. You just were talking to these victims. Is it a hoax?
I'm not sure what that comment refers to, but I've spoken to the President myself about this many times, and he is insistent as we are. He is the most transparent president in memory, probably in the history of the country. As you know, he stops. If he were here now, he would stand here and take your questions endlessly. That's his mindset, and he wants the American people to have information so they can draw their own conclusions. I've talked with him about this very subject myself, so I can tell you that is his heart. Now, he also, just as we do, is insistent that we protect the innocent victims, and that's what this has been about. There'll be votes in the House this week to advance this and affirm what it's doing. That we want everybody in the House wants to go on record in affirming what our Oversight Committee is doing in a bipartisan fashion. There's a discharge petition that is pending, and the reason that I was not comfortable with that and still am not comfortable with the discharge petition is because it was inartfully drafted. It does not adequately protect the innocent victims, and that is a critical component of this. So the work is being done. The Department of Justice and the administration are in full compliance with every congressional subpoena. In fact, they're moving it quickly. And so the American people are owed this information, and the expectation is it will come out soon. So.
Your five, what exactly in the Massey and Connor discharge petition doesn't protect survivors?
Yeah, look, it was inartfully drafted, okay? They cite, for example, a code article that is supposedly to protect child sex acts, okay? These are legal term of arts, but they cite the wrong U.S. Code provision, so it doesn't actually have any force of law. They don't actually have adequate protections for whistleblowers. We want to encourage whistleblowers in an investigation like this, and there are standards and practices and procedures that are used in federal prosecutions and investigations and here in Congress that are not adequately stated in the discharge petition. I think the petition itself is effectively a moot point now because all of this is happening. What the House Oversight Committee is doing, what they are actually gathering, is everything that was requested in the discharge petition, plus even more. And it actually has the force of subpoena, the effect and force of law, which is why it's actually happening right now, where the discharge petition does not lead to that. So it's not a lawmaking exercise. It's superfluous at this point, and I think we're achieving the desired end here. Yes, sir.
Speaker Johnson, Chair.
So basically, the transparency, the so-called Transparency Act, is just throwing shit at the wall because they want to produce a happening, while there are committees that are looking at the stuff behind closed doors. I hate everyone involved in this. I'm sorry. This looks like a shell game. I will believe it when I see it. I'm also catching a tentacle.
Well, we have a subpoena which must be supplied, must be enforced, and that does have the effect of law. So it's even more effective than a vote on the floor. I mean, we have subpoena authority, and it is being used aggressively here. And we promised to those victims that we would continue that. They are heartened, I think, by the attention that has been given in this Congress that has not been there for many years, obviously. And I would say this, and I don't want to overstate it, my friend Jamie Comer, but I would say Republicans and Democrats in the room were dumbfounded at some points about why some of this has not been disclosed further and in greater detail. And you have the right people on it now, and we're on it. It's overdue. Go ahead. Sorry.
And I also want to add, we've subpoenaed the estate, the Epstein estate, for everything too. So we're pushing forward.
Why does the Epstein estate have anything left?
When I say
yeah, good night, sort of a demon. Thank you for checking.
Say that the yes, the intention is to get them out for public release. And when I say that the Oversight Committee's work goes further than the discharge petition, that's a great example. The discharge petition doesn't mention subpoena or gathering information.
All right, this is all technicalities.
Standing with these survivors, we're giving them a voice, and I want to close by thanking them. They are brave. I hope they encourage other survivors to come forward and to tell their stories, not just of Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell, but anywhere in the country. This is a message that we are sending. This is a litmus test. Can we drain the swamp? Are there people who are outside of the reach of the law? I don't think there should be. So hopefully today we'll get 2 more signatures on the discharge petition. That's all we need. And with that, I want to introduce the bravest woman in Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I find it interesting that the 3 Republican co-sponsors are women. These are women standing up for women, and Marjorie was the first to do it. And I think she deserves all of our gratitude for breaking that barrier and leading the way for the other Republicans. Hopefully they can find their spines as well. And with that, I give you Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes. Good morning. This is my 5th year in Congress, and this is the largest press conference that I've seen since I've been here. And this is because this is an issue that matters so much to Americans. This is an issue that doesn't have political boundaries. It's an issue that Republicans and Democrats should never fight about. As a matter of fact, it's such an important issue that it should bring us all together. It's grieved me to watch the arguments and debates take place among my colleagues and even the administration. I think this is something that was worth fighting for. You see, the women behind me are going to tell you stories that you've never heard before. These are unimaginable horrors that they've lived with for their entire lives since they were very, very young. But these are also similar stories that many children, teenagers, women, and even men are enduring nightmares right now as we speak. You see, these women have been fighting since the 1990s. I heard one woman tell us yesterday since 1996. And they have carried with them shame. But I want to tell you something. The shame does not fall on these brave, courageous women. The shame falls on every single person that coldly turned a blind eye to their abuse. The shame falls on every single person that enabled it. The shame falls on every single person that took money to continue it. And the shame falls on the people in power over the past several decades that protected the monster, Jeffrey Epstein, and his...
Isn't Epstein's staff, like, known by name? Why aren't they... Or I wonder if they're subpoenaed as well.
Cabal that continued a nightmare. Those people deserve the shame. And today we are coming forward and we are going to fight like hell for these women, because we have to fight like hell for those that are enduring sexual abuse and are living in a prison of shame. Anyone that is being abused, it is not your fault. You should live with no guilt or fear or shame. All of the fault belongs to the evil people that do these things to the innocent. This is the most important fight we can wage here in Congress, is fighting for innocent people that never receive justice.
Listen, that's cool and all, but I kind of expected a little bit more on the suppressors and SBRs. I'll be transparent.
And the women behind me have never received justice. And do you want to know why? It's because Jeffrey Epstein somehow was able to walk among the most rich, powerful people, not only in America, but foreign countries. Yesterday, I heard countries like Saudi Arabia, Russia, and even Israel, and other countries. The truth needs to come out.
What other countries, MTG? What other countries do you know? I'm sorry, I can't help but clown on her. She is truly God's most retarded warrior. It's not that I disagree with the things that she says. That's just that I find her intellectually offensive.
And the government holds the truth. The cases that are sealed hold the truth. Jeffrey Epstein's estate holds the truth. The FBI, the DOJ, and the CIA holds the truth. And the truth we are demanding come out. On behalf of...
Again, I am very concerned that a lot of the truth, a lot of the sort of the documentation, if there was any hard evidence, I think that was burned right as the election was called. I think a lot of very valuable information was lost because the FBI was tripping over their own dicks, trying to erase evidence.
These women, but also as a strong message to every innocent child, teenager, woman, and man that is being held captive in abuse. This should never happen in America, and it should never be a political issue that divides us.
That is also true.
And I want to thank Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie for doing something brave, crossing political boundaries for a very important fight. And I'm honored to join both of them. And I'm honored that Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert signed the discharge petition along with myself. And I asked my Republican colleagues not to choose just one path for justice and transparency and accountability, but I asked my Republican colleagues to choose every path for justice and accountability and transparency.
Like, you see, I agree with that, but now that I listen back to Speaker Johnson's commentary, and sorry, I trust Speaker Johnson on knowing the technicalities of lawfare and on, the political process a little bit more than the woman who was excoriating the threat of Jewish space lasers. Y'all kind of fucked up filing the petition from what I understand. Now that being said, I need to take a piss break. Hey there, Crespian. I will be right back. I've been hydrating in your absence, and the consequences have cut off with me. I'll be right back. Enjoy the new BRB screen.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation, etc. To encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft. Volksgemeinschaft instead of a propositional nation, or a nation, or based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. Was it Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s? It all came crashing down in 1945. This approach has been taken before, in other words, and it wasn't the right approach then, nor is it the right approach now. To reject the Volksgemeinschaft current within these broader and genuinely noble and necessary.
James Lindsay is a MiG-15 and I'm tired of pretending he's not. Alright, let's go.
And with that, I'd like to bring back Congressman Ro Khanna
Oh,
to start
thank you for the
this
hydrate.
important press conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congresswoman Green, for your courage and for being here. And
MiG-15 is a euphemistic stand-in for a bundle of sticks. It is my way of hurling slurs without getting banned on Twitch.
thank you again to Congressman Massey for co-leading it.
I say it's mine. I stole that from Vintage Warfare.
I would like to introduce two people who have been fighting this for decades. They haven't had their voice heard. The victims haven't been heard. They haven't just been on this in the last few months. They've been doing this in the wilderness for years, and they are really models of courage. Bradley,
Weren't you a congressman in the previous Congress? Congressman Ro Khanna? I don't know which part of your fucking name is the last name, which one of them is the first name. Definitely doesn't sound like a name I could find on the Mayflower Manifest. But that's besides the point. You were a congressman during the Biden admin. Again, why the sudden urgency? What happened?
Edwards and
Okay, is it possible that the orange man who is bad just baited a bunch of Democrats to suddenly care about the issue?
Brittany Henderson, who are the attorneys for the victims. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ro and Thomas Massey. I really appreciate you putting forth this discharge petition. It's tough to understand that we have to be here because this doesn't seem like a partisan issue. This is an issue, sex trafficking and sexual abuse transcends politics. We as Americans...
I mean, it is a partisan issue when Democrats want to keep the border open in order to enable sex trafficking.
Expect equal protection under the law, and there can be no doubt that Jeffrey Epstein received far greater protection than any of the victims that he abused for years.
Who did he receive that protection from, big man? Can we, Can we maybe name some names? How many of those names end with a Clinton?
In 2008, Courtney Wild walked into my office because she was a part of a federal investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, where all she wanted was the government to talk to her. Little did she know the government had worked out a secret immunity deal for Jeffrey Epstein, and we had to file Jane Doe's versus United States of America to prove that Jeffrey Epstein worked out an illegal non-prosecution agreement.
So 2009, that's the Obama administration. Are we sure that this is still a nonpartisan issue?
With the government. That was 2008. It took us 10 years battling the government pro bono for the judge to ultimately determine that the victims' rights were violated. The government has mistreated them after Jeffrey Epstein mistreated them. We then filed civil lawsuits against Ghislaine Maxwell, which has resulted in her being in prison. Our civil lawsuits led to her prosecution. We filed lawsuits against Jeffrey Epstein, against his estate, and against two financial institutions, JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank, that proved that they knowingly provided the financial infrastructure for a sex trafficking operation.
Oh,
unfortunately,
that's spicy.
All of the documents and evidence that we have worked so hard to gather hide behind protective orders, confidentiality agreements, and bank secrecy laws. That is why this discharge petition is so important. While we have seen the documents, you haven't. And when you see the documents, you're going to be appalled. And the American people deserve to see everything. When you sign this discharge petition, it should mean nothing is off limits. That means the documents in the possession of the CIA should be made available. Those in the possession of the FBI going back decades should be made available. The SEC, financial records in the possession of FinCEN should be made available. Everybody knows that evil flourishes in the darkness. Corruption flourishes in secrecy. It is time right now to make a difference for the women that are behind me right now. They have been courageous and fought through this whole thing. Whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, this one is an easy call. You're an American who cares about equal rights and equal protection under the law. If you care about these women, if you care about our country, and you care about this issue, this should pass with flying colors. I really appreciate everybody being here.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brittany Henderson, and I think in addition to thanking the wonderful congressmen and women who are here today, we need to thank the women, and not just the women who are going to speak, but the other women who are standing behind them, along with other lawyers, Sigrid McCauley, and people who have been fighting for a very, very long time for the world to give this kind of attention to an issue that it should have had forever. This administration has the opportunity to do what the past administrations did not do. This administration can either stand with the victims and stand for the victims, or it can continue to hurt the victims like has happened in the past. We aren't here just to ask for transparency, though. We're here too to ask for protection. The women here represent hundreds of...
Honestly, if I see Palestinian flags in your crowd, I no longer support the thing that you want to do. I am half kidding.
Other women who we have spoken to, many of whom were trafficked from other countries, from Eastern European countries where women don't have the rights that we have here.
Excuse me, what? Whoa, hold the fuck up. What Eastern European countries in the 21st century don't have the same rights as women in the US? I would like to hear that one.
Don't have the protections that we have here. And those women are terrified that their names will be released in these files. The government won't know that they're victims to redact and protect them. So we ask that you please, whoever is going to be in charge of redacting these files and in charge of this transparency, do it in a way that protects the women brave enough to be here, but also protects the women who are terrified that every day when they turn the TV on, something bad is going to happen to them in Ukraine, in Russia, in whatever country they live in, because no one is listening to them there. So thank you for being here, thank you for listening, and please protect these women while we seek transparency.
Good morning. My name is Anushka DeGiorgio, and I stand before you today as a survivor.
That's a hell of a fucking name for someone with an English accent that thick.
Survivor of both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I want to thank Congressman Massey and Kana for their role in putting together this very, very important bill. Every day of this journey toward healing has come at a profound cost to my mental health. But I am here. I chose to come because this bill really matters. I speak today not only in service of my own recovery from trauma inflicted by Maxwell and Epstein, but to honor the lives, the courage and sacrifices of Virginia Giuffre, Caroline Andriano, and others who could not continue. Their voices mattered. Their stories must not be forgotten. Accountability is what makes a society civilized. Equal opportunity and equal consequence for all. Consequences are not about punishment alone. They exist to deter future harm, to protect vulnerable, and to set a standard of justice. If Ghislaine Maxwell were pardoned, it would undermine all the sacrifices I made to testify and make mockery of mine and all survivors' suffering. That is why the Epstein Files Transparency Act is so essential. It requires the Department of Justice release all the records related to Epstein and Maxwell investigations, flight logs, immunity deals, internal communications, and even the records surrounding Epstein's detention and death. And crucially, it forbids withholding documents simply because of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. This is about ending secrecy wherever abuse of power takes root. But transparency alone is not enough.
Eastern Europeans are the most oppressive towards women. They should become Muslim so they can learn to treat women better. Seku, you're talking out of your ass. Oh, I'm sorry, but I've spent more than a decade in Eastern Europe. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I mean, we can try to specify which part of Eastern Europe, but I can explain why you may think that. But generally, there are no special oppressive laws in Eastern Europe that pertain specifically to Eastern European women. Eastern European women do have a tendency of sometimes being a little bit too desperate to get the fuck out of Eastern Europe by any means necessary, and therefore exposing themselves to unsavory characters in unsafe situations. But that's not because that shit is legal. So before you try to claim shit, you better make sure that your stuff is airtight, because I'm gonna be blowing the fuck out of it. Eastern Europeans are white, evil, and Muslims are brown, checking wholesome. We need infinity of them. Okay, fair. That's a valid argument. Thank you for checking my privilege.
Survivors need protection, resources, and legal support. If this Congress is serious about justice,
I also may have overlooked the overarching joke there. I wasn't sure which part of the first statement was tongue-in-cheek.
then let this moment also affirm your commitment to provide victims with the legal aid they need to confront abusers, to navigate complex systems, and to reclaim their power. Transparency must be matched by support, or else too many victims will remain silent out of fear and lack of access. The statistics demand action. Nearly 1 in 5 women in America will experience rape or attempted rape in her lifetime.
That is horse shit. That is horse shit. Lady, I had so much respect for you until you quoted that absolutely dog shit statistic that was a product of a poorly executed study. Bull fucking shit. Do women in America face that kind of threat? I am sorry, the Congo, well, okay, probably the Congo has worse odds. But fucking Paris has better odds than that. The paper that she is citing, the 1 in 5 statistic, is a product of a study that equated unwanted approaches such as wolf whistling to sexual assault within the confines of a campus. I hate everyone involved so fucking much.
Every 74 seconds, someone is sexually assaulted. Every 9 minutes, that
Okay, but what were they wearing?
person is a child. These are not numbers, they are people. They are your
Okay, so first of all, lady, a third of your fucking numbers are wrong. So you see what this does. Whenever you source numbers that are fucking bad, it colors the rest of the things that you say that are correct.
Your daughters, your sons, your constituents, your friends. Statistically, 1 in 5 of your families will face this nightmare. The days of sweeping this under the rug are over. We, the survivors, say no more. I want to help create a world where survivors of sexual abuse and abuse of power can come forward safely. And I ask Congress to join me in that effort, not only by passing this bill, but by ensuring that those who step forward have legal support to face their abusers and see justice done. When Judge Berman gave Epstein survivors the chance to finally speak, the world listened. After so many years, survivors were heard. That moment was historic, and so is this moment. For me, the turning point was when I had my daughter, and on the day she was born, I knew I had a responsibility to protect her and to protect all children. I have to use my voice, the voice that had been silenced by fear and shame for so many years. Make no mistake, my polished exterior is a shield hiding a wound that still bleeds. But through this wound, I have found purpose. to be part of lasting change in how we confront exploitation.
There are some setups for very unsavory jokes. That is some unfortunate wording on some of those paragraphs. I'm very sorry.
And abuse. And to be clear, the only motive for opposing this bill would be to conceal wrongdoing.
Granted, I seek to reflexively make a jest just because how fucking morbid it is.
You have a choice. Stand with the truth, or with the lies that have protected predators for decades. I am no longer weak. I am no longer powerless. And I'm no longer alone. And with your vote, neither will the next generation be. President Trump, you have so much influence and power in this situation. Please use that influence and power to help us.
Okay, good.
Because
pitch.
we need it now, and this country needs it now. Thank you.
Short of the dog shit 1 in 5 statistic, very good, very solid. 9 out of 10. Make sure to include solid numbers into your speeches going forward.
Hello. My name is Annie Farmer, and I was 16 years old when I was flown to New Mexico to spend a weekend with Epstein and Maxwell. That same year, 1996, my sister, Maria Farmer, reported what happened to me there, along with reporting her own assault at their hands and their theft of sensitive photos of herself, of me, and our younger sister that she had taken for her work as a figurative painter. I am now 46 years old. 30 years later, we still do not know why that report wasn't properly investigated, or why Epstein and his associates were allowed to harm hundreds, if not thousands, of other girls and young women. We have never been told whether those images were found when they discovered a large amount of child sexual abuse material on his property. As a psychologist, I understand that when the systems meant to protect us recreate the abuse cycle, the betrayal that occurs can be just as damaging as the original trauma. This happens when survivors of these crimes are not believed, when our well-being is not weighed as heavily as those who have more resources or more privilege, and when perpetrators of these crimes are given a platform rather than the survivors of them. For so many years, it felt like Epstein's criminal behavior was an open secret. Not only did many others participate in the abuse, it is clear that many were aware of his interest in girls and very young women and chose to look the other way because it benefited them to do so. They wanted access to his circle and his money. Their choice to align with his power left those of us who had been harmed by this man and his associates feeling very isolated. I could never have imagined being here today and this chorus of support that we have all received. I have been sent so many notes and messages from people with no direct connection to this case who've expressed their solidarity with us. And I believe that is because, in part, as Anushka explained so well, this is an extremely widespread issue of child sexual abuse, of sexual exploitation, of sexual violence. This affects almost every family in some way. From my conversations with women in these last few days and from all of the support that we've received, it's very clear to me that we are not going away, we are not going to be quiet, and we are not going to give up. And I ask the American public to stand with us and not give up. At a time with record high levels of distrust in our institutions and a perception that there are two Americas, one for those with power and privilege and one for everyone else, passing this Epstein transparency bill is one important step that can be taken to prove to Americans that the government does not side with sexual perpetrators. A thorough public review of this information is an important step in preventing.
Listen, I will do you one better. I think that everyone who's implicated as a client of Epstein who's diddled kids through his facilitation should just be publicly fed into a wood chipper. Televise the fucking thing. Make it a pay-per-view. God damn, I'll buy passes and give them out.
The type of systemic failures that have occurred in this case and harmed all of us. An important step towards healing for those involved. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to say thank you, everyone, for being here today on this very powerful and special day for all of us here. My name is Marina Lacerda. I was minor victim 1 in federal indictment of Jeffrey Epstein in New York in 2019. I was one of dozens of girls that I personally know who were forced into Jeffrey's mansion on 9 East 71 Street in New York City when we were just kids. Today is the first time that I ever speak publicly about what happened to me. I never thought that I would find myself here. The only reason that I am here is because it feels like the people who matter in this country finally care about what we have to say. As an immigrant from Brazil, I feel empowered knowing that the little girl struggling to get by at 14 and 15 years old finally has a voice. For the first time, I feel like I matter as an American. I was only 14 years old.
Let's not rush through using big words here, okay?
When I met Jeffrey. It was the summer of high school. I was working 3 jobs to try to support my mom and my sister when a friend of mine in the neighborhood told me that I could make $300 to give an older guy a massage. It went from a dream job to the worst nightmare. Jeffrey assistant Leslie Groff would call me and tell me that I needed to be at the house so often that I ended up dropping out of high school before 9th grade. And I never went back. From 14 to 17 years old, I went and worked for Jeffrey instead of receiving an education. Every day I hoped that he would offer me a real job as one of his assistants or something important. I would finally have made it big, as like we say, the American dream. That day never came. I had no way out. I was, until he finally told me that I was too old. There are many pieces of my story.
Wait, okay, this is, fuck, this is going to look so bad, but I don't think this is a great case. I don't think this is a, I need to pick my words real carefully here. Remember how I said that Eastern European women often expose themselves to unfortunate circumstances and unsavory characters as they try to flee the shitholes that are most Eastern European countries, especially in the 90s? Less so today. I think that, how should I put this? Girls who are aware of the fact that they are becoming attractive as they enter puberty have a tendency to over-rely on leveraging access to said youth and attractiveness. And I can't help but feel like some choices were made here, and like diddling kids bad, but it doesn't sound like you were diddled. It sounds like you made a bad career choice. Again, all bad things. None of that should have happened, but goddamn. All the more reason to keep the fucking southern border closed.
That I can't remember, no matter how hard I try. The constant state of wonder causes me so much fear and so much confusion. My therapist says that my brain is just trying to protect itself, but it's so hard to begin to heal knowing that there are people out there who know more about my abuse than I do. The worst part is that the government is still—
Wait, but how is that possible? I'm sorry, what?
Still in possession right now of the documents and information about that could help me remember and get over all of this maybe and help me heal. They have documents with my name on them that were confiscated from Jeffrey Epstein's house and could help me put the pieces of my own life back together. but I don't have any of it. And I know the same is true for many of these women. We are here to support this bill today, not only for transparency, but for the American people. But if the government is going to release these documents to the public, describing the crimes committed by Jeffrey Epstein and others, the least that they can do is give me my documents that they have about me. The other survivors deserve the same respect from our government. While identifying information must be redacted to the public, it is equally important to provide the victims themselves with unredacted information. I will never forget when the FBI agent showed up in my door in 2008. Jeffrey Epstein hired a lawyer to represent me, or more like to represent him, I like to say. I couldn't ask any questions, and I had no idea what was going on. I was terrified. Until today, I think most of us are still terrified. I thought somebody was going to kill me. I thought something was going to happen to my sister or my mother. It went further out to even maybe thinking something would happen in Brazil with my family. And then one day, the lawyer said that everything was just gonna go away. Like nothing happened.
Okay, Sagar, I think the kayfabe is getting a little thick. You may want to, I'm not reading that out.
I didn't need to testify. When I asked him why, he gave no explanation. That was it. So why? Why was I never called to testify then? We could have saved so many women. We could have saved so many lives from being abused. Why did he get away with it in 2008? Why was he able to go on in the abuse with hundreds of girls after the Florida investigation? Why didn't they let me testify to help stop him? Our government could have saved so many women, but Jeffrey Epstein was too important and those women didn't matter. Why? Well, we matter now. We are here today and we are speaking and we are not going to stop speaking. Today, I stand here with the women who have really helped me to find the strength to come out and come forward to share my story for the very first time. Together, we are stronger than ever. While she may not be with us, Virginia Roberts, we will continue to use our voices to strengthen yours always. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Courtney Wild. I just wanted to take a second and just have a moment of silence for all the women survivors that aren't here with us today.
I will have to be the asshole and say I want to see how these women voted in the most recent elections. It's just a little tidbit that I want to know. It will help me contextualize everything I'm hearing.
Passed away due to anxiety, depression, trying to keep up with this case. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. My name is Courtney Wild. I was only 14 years old when I was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein by a 13-year-old friend of mine. The details of the abuse that he inflicted on me for years is not important today. In 2028, I was cooperating with the federal government in the investigation of Jeffrey Epstein. They sent me a letter telling me to be patient because this was going to be a lengthy investigation, but at the same time, they refused to talk to me and tell me what was going on. So I hired an attorney, Brad Edwards, because I was hopeful to get some answers. When I walked into his office at 19 years old, Brad sued the government for refusing to tell me what was going on under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. The only reason anyone ever found out that the government had already given Jeffrey Epstein immunity through the non-prosecution agreement was because our lawsuit forced the government to tell us. Otherwise, nobody would even know that today. Sometimes it's hard to believe that I had to sue the United States just to learn that my abuser was given immunity. I started as Jane Doe, but I decided to I was proud enough to take on our country, and I was on the right side of history. We fought the government for 10 years to prove that the government violated our rights as crime victims and the crime victims' rights in order to protect a pedophile. We had to win the 11th Circuit Court Appeals to force the government to turn over thousands of pages of emails between Jeffrey Epstein and the government. Those emails provided the proof that the government worked very hard with Jeffrey Epstein to violate our rights. Why? Why did the government work so hard to protect Jeffrey and not so hard to protect me and my other innocent friends? Why was Jeffrey so important to the government, and why was I so insignificant? Why did nobody but our lawyers care before now?
I have to stop myself from making some horrific fucking jokes here.
It seems people have only started to care because of Twitter and politics. But I would like to say this has nothing to do with politics. This is not a blue thing or a red thing. This is an everyone thing. We can all agree on this. The injustice that has happened here, multiple, over and over.
I mean, this only happened because Trump kicked the hornet's nest. Realistically, if Trump hadn't stirred the pot, nobody would have cared.
For everybody that talks about this, it just seems to make it worse. We need transparency. It's time for us to see beyond the curtain. Why was Jeffrey Epstein so protected? Who is still being protected? And who protected them all, so the world can understand how Jeffrey was able to abuse so many of us for so long. I was lucky to have Brad Edwards, Brittany Henderson, and Paul Cassell take on my case pro bono and fight fearlessly over 20 years' time. I would like to thank them, and I'd also like to ask the Trump administration to please sign off on the Crime Victims' Rights Reformed Act, the Courtney Wild Crime Victims' Rights Reformed Act that's we're trying to get passed here so we can close the loopholes in the CVRA case that Epstein's attorney used to their benefit to get away with this. Thank you so much.
That would be an interesting one to watch. Surely.
Good morning. First and foremost, we want to extend our deepest gratitude to Brad and Brittany Edwards, Congressman Massey and Kana, and above all, the brave survivors who have entrusted us with the privilege of speaking today on behalf of Virginia. Robert Giuffre, as her family. We are here today because we support H.Res.581, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, in its entirety. But as much as this bill is about shining a light on truth, it's not just about the bill. This is about justice. This is about survivors. This is about justice against the rich and powerful who have stolen something from these women and many children at the time, their freedom. The freedom to live their life without mental and physical scars that have been inflicted upon them by those who thought they were untouchable. The same freedom that these monsters took from these survivors, they should never be afforded. They should never be allowed to continue their lives with impunity. Let's be clear. This is not a political issue. This is not about left or right. This is about humanity. This is about doing what's right. And this is about ensuring that the future we leave behind isn't one where the powerful can hide behind their wealth, their influence, and their money to evade justice. Our plea to you, whether you're a dad, a mom, a brother, or a sister, look your young ones in the face, look them in the eye, and tell them you didn't stand against the very people who raped, molested, and preyed upon children and young women. Tell them you were willing to negotiate a deal. Money should never be what makes something right or wrong. If you vote no, your stance will be clear. You will be choosing to stand on the side of the rich and powerful, allowing money to buy your way out of the consequence. But here's my one ask. look these survivors in the eye and tell them why. Then, look the people of the United States in the eye and tell them why. And then, when you're alone, look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself why. Virginia said it best, and I quote, "I have physical and mental scars that will never heal. I have memories that will never go away. They say time can heal, but this won't. Not until the justice system makes an example out of these people with so-called privileges. I just call it money. The only time I can begin to heal is when their freedom is taken from them, just like they did to me and literally thousands of other victims. The survivors of this horrific abuse are watching. The American people are watching. And history is watching. Which side will you be on?" Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenna-Lisa Jones, and I was only 14 years old when my friend brought me over to Jeffrey Epstein's house in Palm Beach in 2003. I had a terrible home life, but I was such an innocent kid then. I always did my best in school, and I had such a positive outlook on life. Until that day that I met Jeffrey, I have never been more scared in my life than I was that first time that he hurt me. I remember crying the entire way home, thinking about how I couldn't ever tell anyone about what actually happened in that house. This guy was so rich and had so many pictures with so many famous people, and no one would have ever believed me if I told them. I want to thank Congressman Rowe and Congressman Thomas Massey for having me here today. It was really hard for me to find my voice and to become strong enough to speak about my abuse. I didn't come forward until 2019, and even then it was like I was afraid of a ghost. I know that I was just a little kid, but sometimes I still feel like it is my fault that this happened. Being given the opportunity to speak at the United States Capitol building about something that is so important, not just to me and the women before you, but to the entire country. Together, we can finally make a change. And that is thanks to the people like these two congressmen and their teams who actually care about the victims. If you are a member of Congress and you are listening to all of us speak here today, please really listen to us. Please vote for this bill to be passed.
I'll be real. I don't believe that Ro Khanna actually believes in anything. Again, he's a communist and he's an opportunist. He is a fair weather friend.
Please recognize how important.
Once he gets an inkling of the fact that there are way too many prominent Democrats in those lists, oh boy, is he gonna be kicking himself for initiating this and for taking the bait.
Important it is for transparency relating to Jeffrey Epstein. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, this does not matter. This is not about sides. You are an American and you are a person who has chosen to serve in an elected position to stand up for those you represent who cannot always stand up for themselves. We are those people. We are the Americans that you promised to protect. And we need your help. Please, President Trump, pass this bill and help us. Make us feel like our voices are finally being heard. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Haley Robson. I was a 16-year-old high school student athlete who made good grades and had high aspirations for college when I was recruited and asked by a classmate of mine alongside with a 20-year-old male if I wanted to give an old rich guy a massage. But what high school girl would not want to do that? That day changed my...
That's unfortunate framing. I'm not gonna explain this all over again.
My life forever. And when I got into the massage room, Jeffrey Epstein undressed and asked me to do things to him. My eyes welled up with tears, and I have never been more scared in my life. When it was over, he paid me $200 and requested in exchange that I bring a girl each time to make another $200. I told him I did not want to do that, and then he gave me an ultimatum. Either you come here and massage me when I call you, or you bring me friends of yours to massage, and I will give you $200 per girl for each time she comes. I felt and hoped to never hear from him again, but he called me every day. He was so wealthy and powerful, and he would not let me go. I felt I had no choice. If I disobeyed him, I knew something bad would happen. So knowing I did not want to be sexually abused, I started to bring him other girls from my high school, and he paid me $200 for bringing them. I just hoped each time it would be the last time. One day, the stepmom of one of the girls brought him and called the police on Jeffrey Epstein. The police then called me in for questioning. I had told them the truth despite the fact that I was a teenager and a minor, and I was able to tell the police the names of all the other victims. The police treated me like a criminal.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of a bit of a gray area there.
I had, by this time, had turned 18. I had been with Jeffrey since I was 16 and for 2 years. So they had told me so they told me I was going to be arrested. My name was then distributed to the press as a co-conspirator of my abuser, who I detested. My entire world was crashing in around me, and I started being threatened and bullied, till this day still receiving death threats. I was singled out and for many years had to suffer a smear campaign of lies about me because of the way that I was portrayed by the press. The press made me out to be a predator when I was just a 16-year-old little girl who was sexually abused by a powerful man and an evil man. For years, I had no friends. My boyfriend was murdered, and there was nowhere to turn. The government, after investigating more, learned that I was true a victim, but the damage was done and it was too late. There was no way to undo the harm the press had caused me. In 2019, I met Brad Edwards and Brittany Henderson. They changed my life, and they believed in me and have helped me to finally heal. Healing is a process, and I may never get there. But the passage of this bill requiring the government to produce all the evidence that it has gathered on Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell is a huge component of healing for me and for the many other women who have suffered for so long. For many reasons. First, we and the rest of the world need answers. Why was he so protected? And why didn't anyone ever care to stop him? It doesn't take a brain surgeon to know that if he is spending thousands of dollars a day paying high school girls he abuses and had a lot of access to cash. I learned through my attorneys in the JP Morgan class action case that there were years when his staff withdrew over $1 million in cash a year. Was that not a big enough red flag? There were wire transfers to other victims, and the government did not protect us. The banks did not protect us.
How was the bank supposed to do shit? Excuse me? Are we now oh no. Wait, is the proposed fix to this to flag people trying to draw cash?
So lift the curtain on these files and be transparent. Every single time a new conspiracy gets circulated in the media, whether he is still alive, what powerful person...
Oh boy, is this going to be the poison pill that kills the entire thing? They're going to try to use this to hammer through some kind of European-style KYC procedure for dealing with your money in banks, and they're going to use that as a poison pill to kill the entire thing. Oh, I hope that's not true. I hope that's not what's going to happen. It's increasingly smelling like it is.
Had him murdered, who was on the Epstein client list, and there are names going around on TikTok and Instagram. We, the survivors, are suffering severely. We take our kids to school and everyone is talking about it. We can't read the news or do anything without hearing crazy stories that are only able to live on because the government continues to hide the evidence and the truth. So people just make up stories. Those stories hurt. They hurt real people who have already been hurt. And we have lost so many Epstein victims to suicide, and maintaining the real truth and secrecy only allows for conspiracy theorists to tell lies that drives up our anxiety and fears and will continue to lead to more pain, more suffering, and honestly, more deaths of innocent victims. It's time you do what is right by us. Unseal all the documents. We are requesting transparency. And I am requesting every congressman and woman that goes against this bill be outed. I want to know. Thank you.
Tear into the press and tear into Congress. Full respect.
Hi there, my name is Lisa Phillips, and I'm the host of a award-nominated podcast called From Now On, a platform supporting survivors. I want to thank all of my survivor sisters who came before me today. I'll be very short. In the year 2000, I was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's island while on a photo shoot on a nearby island. Who I saw and what I experienced there was a glimpse into a very dark and disturbing world. For years after, I tried to avoid Jeffrey, but he had introduced me to Katie Ford, the owner of the Ford Modeling Agency. Epstein's reach went to the very top of fashion, arts, and entertainment. This did not just happen to underage girls in Florida. In New York City, hundreds of young, ambitious women were abused by him. Epstein was not just a serial predator, he was an international human trafficker. And many around him knew, many participated, and many profited. And yet, he was protected. So I stand here today for every woman who has been silenced, exploited, and dismissed. We are not asking for pity. We are here demanding accountability.
So, they are starting to dilute the victim pool. That's not great. It's not great because they're starting to intermingle actual abuse victims, actual grooming victims. They're trying to intersplice them with Weinstein pattern victims. And by Weinstein pattern, I mean women who engaged in sexual favors for perceived career growth. One of these things is not like the other. And I find it extremely distasteful that this is all being lumped into, sort of the one big thing, one big Epstein file. It does no one any favors, and I feel like it undermines the messaging. Not the messaging, it undermines the plight of actual victims once you sort of start intermingling the quote-unquote ambitious women in fashion. That's what they do. They attach to other causes. Yeah, it kind of do be like that. I can't be the only one who's noticing this. There have to be other honorable noticers who are spotting the shell game here. Like, I'm sorry, darling, but modeling was always a glorified brothel. I hate to be the one to tell you that, but just like the stripper doesn't really love you, but she will suck your dick for a hundo. Pretty much the same deal happens with modeling.
This is someone
agencies.
in California whose vote counts just as much as yours.
Well, not necessarily in California, but you know what I mean. The problem is that modeling is, as I've said previously, a glorified brothel. There is an understanding that it is a popularity and a beauty contest, and a lot of the women who engage in the profession understand that a lack of a gag reflex is going to take them very far in that career. And I start to lose, how should I put this? Oh, again, choice of words is very important here. So I need to pick my words very carefully here. I think that the claims to victimhood start getting less plausible when the scenario I'm presented is that you've engaged in what seemed like transactional acts, and now you're crying foul because you wanted to work in fashion, or in the case of Weinstein, because you wanted to work in film. That doesn't sound like a life and death situation. It sounds like you were looking for an easy way out, and now you're just dogpiling because, you know, the wind has shifted and Hillary Clinton is no longer taking chummy photos with either Weinstein nor Epstein. So the well of my compassion is going to be reserved exclusively to young women who were actually abused, as opposed to those who were looking to advance a very optional career in the hopes of being extremely wealthy and extremely famous while exerting very little effort and having very little of value or marketable skills to bring to the table outside of being able to take the full length of a dick.
And I'm demanding justice. Congress must choose. Will you continue to protect predators, or will you finally protect survivors? And also, I would like to announce here today, us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know.
But why, wait, hold the fuck up. But why not release it as a public list? Why do you have to wait until 2025? You are coordinated, you have the same lawyers, you can just compile the list and make it public. Why the song and dance? Isn't that the entire fucking point?
Who regularly.
And if any of the people named on the list try to sue for defamation, well, oh boy, there's discovery involved in those cases. Good fucking luck. What's with the dog and pony show? Just compile the fucking list and release it.
And who were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors.
Do it now.
No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details.
What the fuck do you mean no one else is involved? No, give us the fucking list. You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
Hello, my name is Shantae Davies, and I'm here before you today as a survivor of decades of pain, trauma, and betrayal at the hands of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, and the people who enabled them, and a government that for far too long refused to help. In 2002, I was living in California, a young woman with high aspirations of becoming an actress. I was already beginning to make a name for myself in the industry. A person I trusted, someone I thought was a friend, invited me to meet a powerful woman who could help advance my career. That woman happened to be Ghislaine Maxwell. I was asked to give her a massage, though I had almost no experience, and when I did, she praised me and promised introductions to someone enormously powerful, someone who could change the course of my life, and that man was Jeffrey Epstein. At first, I was an excited young woman on top of the world. Epstein flew.
I have to stop myself. God damn.
Me to his private island. He listened to my dreams, promised to help, but his promises came with a catch. The abuse began. He told me to keep it secret. He manipulated me with quid pro quo I did not consent to, but I felt I had no one to turn to. He was too powerful. I was just one of the many young women trapped in his orbit. I was even taken on a trip to Africa with former President Bill Clinton and other notable figures. In those moments, I realized how powerless I was. If I spoke out, who would believe me? Who would protect me? Epstein himself was the most powerful leader of our country. Epstein surrounded himself, with the most powerful leaders of our country and the world.
I mean, I like to hear that the Clintons are being brought up more and more. I feel like their plot armor is, if it's not completely taken off, it's definitely wearing out. But oh boy.
He abused not only me, but countless others, and everyone seemed to look away. The truth is, Epstein had a free pass. He bragged about his powerful friends, including our current president, Donald Trump. It was his biggest brag, actually. And while what I endured will haunt me forever, I live every day with PTSD. I live as a mother trying to raise my child while distrusting a world that has betrayed me. This kind of trauma never leaves you. It breaks families apart. It shapes the way we see everyone around us. But one thing is certain, unless we learn from this history, monsters like Epstein will rise again. There are files, government files, that hold the truth about Epstein.
Okay, Oni Dojo, I'm gonna level with you. I'm going to say this once. If you are ever in a position to be a girl dad, which I hope... Listen, I hope that all of you will reproduce, and some of you will just, statistically have daughters. If your daughter ever expresses a wish to be a model or an actress, God forbid, to pursue that career in either New York or LA, you shut that shit the fuck down. That is all.
Who he knew, who owed him, who protected him, and why he was allowed to operate for so long without consequence. Why was Maxwell the only one held accountable when so many others played a role? Why does the government hide this information from the public? This secrecy is not protection, it's complicity.
Oh yes, Eku. It seems to be a very big part of the very recent spin that allegedly Epstein was actually very, very tight with Trump. So tight, in fact, that Trump was the one who brought and tried to initiate and cooperate with a lot of the federal cases that initially got him into the slammer and banned him from all of his fucking properties. There is now a structured attempt to smear Trump with Epstein, despite the fact that he cut all ties, that he just absolutely froze the guy out. There is an attempt to attach Epstein to him. That's why I say the only reason Democrats care about this now is because they took the bait.
And as long as the truth is buried, justice will remain out of reach. That is why this bill matters. Passing it will, bless you, ensure that the suffering of survivors is not in vain. Passing it will bring accountability, transparency, and prevention. It will help protect the next generation of predators who seek to place themselves above the law through wealth, influence, and connections. This is not just my story. It is about every survivor who carries invisible scars. It's about the weight we live with daily. It is about the families broken and the futures stolen.
Women should live with their parents until they are ready to be married off. I'm sorry, you are not changing my mind.
So I ask you, President Trump and members of Congress, why do we continue to cover up sexual abuse and assault? Who are we covering for? Let the public know the truth. We cannot heal without justice. We cannot protect the future if we refuse to confront the past. Thank you.
Let's just give a round of applause for all the courage and strength that the survivors have shown. We now will take a few questions. You can always get Congressman Massey, me, or Congresswoman Green in the hallways and other places. If you have questions for us, that's fine. But I wanted to see first if you have questions for the lawyers and the survivors, and Brad will facilitate any of the questions to the survivors. Yes?
Yeah. This question would be for the survivors, Mr. Edwards. The president has said that this Epstein issue is a hoax, is the words that he used. Can we get your reactions to what you think when you hear him say that?
Well, that's definitely not a leading question at all now, is it? Remember, you don't hate journalists enough. You think you do, but you don't. And we have a Redeem that reminds everyone of that fact. Let me demonstrate that, actually. I have way too many redeems now. Where is the redeem? There you go. You see, there's a redeem. And then you do this. You see, but you don't. And then boom. Ah, you see? It's like a no. That's the other one. You can redeem this one. It's fine. It's fine to redeem this one.
Oh, I'll answer that. Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax. We are real human beings. This is real trauma.
What does it feel like emotionally to hear that?
Devastating.
It's being gutted from the inside out. Not that I would know what that feels like, but I imagine it's the anxiety buildup with the depression and the survival mode, and then your nervous system goes limp and ironically is shot. And it feels like you just want to explode inside because nobody, again, is understanding that this is a real situation. These women are real. We're here in person. To say that it's a hoax is just not... Please humanize us. I would like Donald J. Trump and every person in America and around the world to humanize us, to see us for who we are and to hear us for what we have to say.
It's interesting that there was no president before Trump who was able to do that and even initiate this conversation. Funny how that works out.
There is no hoax. The abuse was real. Now, what goes on behind closed doors, I can't speak for that. What happens around the world politically, I cannot speak for that. But I am here with all of these women, including our attorneys, and I would be more than happy to meet with him, and I will meet him halfway.
Wait, what does meet him halfway mean? Can you elaborate?
I wonder if any of the victims could respond to the news from recently about Ghislaine Maxwell being transferred to a lower security prison in the aftermath of speaking to Todd White.
You want that one? There you go.
About her transfer to a...
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy to speak to that. We were horrified to learn that she had been transferred to a prison camp. She is someone who was found guilty by a jury of sex trafficking. She not only, we often hear that she procured women for Jeffrey, which I think is a very sort of polite and minimizing term. She also participated in the abuse. She was a major architect of the scheme. And the fact that she has painted herself as a victim, I think is disgusting. And it was horrifying, I think, to us that we were not told about her prison transfer. We found out about it in the news.
Just
1 minute, I think Anushka maybe has something to say.
So, Anushka DeGiorgio, I testified alongside Annie at the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. I was horrified when I found out not only had Ghislaine Maxwell been transferred to what's called a low security. It's really is like a holiday camp, and then.
Okay, let's not blow things out of proportion, okay, Missy? I understand that with lips that full of filler, it's difficult to gauge the pressure correctly, but still.
Afterwards, I got a notification from the Department of Justice telling me that this was going to happen, when it had already happened. This woman abused children. I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell for over 10 years. Ghislaine Maxwell was present for some of my abuse at the hand of Jeffrey Epstein. She was present, she was complicit, she was enabling, and it is appalling and disgusting. And it's one of my worst nightmares that she not only be transferred, but at the possibility that's very much going around that she might be pardoned.
Well, then release the client list faster than she can testify and trade that for a pardon.
This is not okay, guys. This is not okay.
And I just want to add that I think it sends a very dangerous message to our country, to the young people in our country, that someone that we all know is aware of these crimes could be given a pass.
And just for the last one, the last survivor who just spoke, the last survivor who just spoke, she said that Epstein would brag about her relationship with Donald Trump. Could she please elaborate about that?
Shantae.
Get to the microphones.
Get close.
Yeah, I did say that. My first trip to the Palm Beach residence, I drove there from the airport with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Jeffrey and Ghislaine were always very boastful about their friends, their famous or powerful friends, and his biggest brag forever was that he was very good friends with Donald Trump. He had an 8x10 framed picture of him on his desk with the two of them. Like, they were very close.
Yeah. Go ahead. One second.
For this client list that you ladies are putting together, you said it would be confidential, but will the public, could you clarify, will the public get to see about the list?
So Lisa, what's
That's a good question.
Is it going to go to the public or just amongst the survivors?
No, we're reaching out to survivors that are scared.
So come on up.
We're reaching out to survivors that are scared to come forward and that also know who they were trafficked to. So that's the
Okay.
list that we're compiling. We're not quite sure, how we're going to release that, or even if we're going to.
Okay, then who the fuck cares? I'm sorry, then what is all this? If you're not going to release a list of clients that you are going to have, then why the fuck am I supposed to care?
The Department of Justice needs to release the list.
Right,
Yes.
for folks at home, they might be confused. Survivors know the names. You've seen these powerful people. Why can't you say the names? Could you just explain for folks?
Why do we have to say the names when
Because you have the fucking list. What do you mean, why?
the government
Do you want those people punished?
knows the names? And we're also scared to do so. Look what's happened to so many of the survivors that have revealed names.
Yeah, I find it offensive.
I think it's also worth saying that having
Release it through your fucking attorney.
represented, I think, between our firm and Boyce Schiller, hundreds of victims, and we've talked to them about the various people that they were farmed out to. So we've created somewhat of a list. Most of these individuals, the victims, are very scared to say these names because they could get sued, they're going to get attacked, and nobody protected them the first time.
I mean, if you compartmentalize the list and you don't know who named what name, and you release the list as a legal firm, you're the only ones who's exposed to libel suits. And then you're going to have an opportunity to take those people to discovery.
And that was against one person. So is there a list? There is a list, but just to dispel kind of the common theme here, every one of these women was abused by Jeffrey Epstein, and his scheme was to personally abuse women. When they reached a certain age, he did farm a section of them, some of them, out to some of his friends. That doesn't mean all of his friends. With that said, I'm more than happy to assist in helping create the list behind the scenes and see what we do with it.
But if someone's interested,
Go ahead.
Hold on. I think if someone's interested in prosecuting, they may have something different to say about sharing a list. But they're not sharing a list for nothing to happen, and that's the experience that they've had for all of these years.
That's great. I no longer give a fuck. I literally no longer care. Nope. Let's watch the Black Pigeon Speaks video, I guess.
白人の割合が 36.8?
はい、イギリス人のですね。
はい。いや、もっと多いと思ってたから、パーセンテージって割合は少ないかなと僕は思いました。今聞いて。
あ、3分の1にまで減りましたらどう思いますか？
大変なことやなって、驚く、びっくりする。はい。大阪でも結構、旅行者、サイトシーイング、観光で
You missed the Krabby? Well, you snooze, you lose.
来てる人はええけど、住んでる人はそんなに多くないと思うんです。だから、どないか。
Osaka is very bad in terms of the foreign presence. Osaka has always been a very pretentious cosmopolitan city. They very they have a history of thumbing their nose at sort of the rest of Japan and flexing how progressive and international they are, and who boy are they paying the price for that now.
3割言うたらもう会う人がほとんどもう外国人の方になったら、日本って大丈夫かなって。
Hello there, everyone. It's been
hey, it's okay, man.
An interesting few days here in Japan, and that's because of a proposed initiative that has poured gasoline on the cultural sensibilities of the Japanese people and lit a match. What I'm talking about is the recent news of the Japan International Cooperation Agency's, and that's JICA, its Africa Hometown Initiative, a plan to pair 4 Japanese cities with African nations for what they called a cultural exchange. And it should be noted,
in order for something to be exchanged, you are presupposing that both sides have something of value to provide. I have yet to see anything from the African side.
That JICA is the governmental agency that implements the bulk of Japan's official development assistance, or its ODA, to support the economic and social growth in developing countries.
Sorry, why is Japan spending money on this? Aren't they running a gigantic deficit because of their inverse demographic pyramid and the vast social state that they run? What the fuck? Who approved this? Why are you giving money away? If you have extra money to give away, have you thought of lowering taxes? Maybe introducing tax incentives on, you know, young families who you want to make babies?
However, like a lot of government agencies around the world, JICA is a bit tone-deaf and tried to pitch it to the Japanese people as a diplomatic win. But in reality, it triggered an instant tsunami of public outrage over fears of African immigration into the country.
Good. Xenophobia is actually the correct response to this news. I support this wholeheartedly. I like seeing a xenophobic Japan. I prefer to see and interact with a thoroughly xenophobic Japan.
And what was the overall result? An instant and spectacular implosion of the plan. So then, let's unpack this bold misstep, this firestorm it unleashed, and why it got buried. Before we do dissect that and this diplomatic fumble, let's talk about staying vibrant to tackle the big and twisting issues. And those twists, well, for some of you at least, might include feeling drained or foggy, at least some of the time, and it might be the result of poor blood flow. And that's why Blood Flow 7 by Juvenon has got you covered with natural ingredients like nitrosogen.
Since we're using Black Pigeon's video, we're gonna watch the plug. Nitric oxide precursors, probably not the worst thing you can take. You know what? It's better than terkestrone, so.
S7 and transresveratrol. It's doctor formulated, scientifically backed, as it boosts nitric oxide by 230% in just 3 hours, which means relaxing blood vessels to get oxygen and nutrients flowing to your brain, heart, muscles, and beyond. One daily dose and you'll feel energized, sharp, and vibrant.
I need to get cacao nibs back into rotation for myself. I used to supplement, well, not I say supplement, but I used to add cacao nibs because they're very good for nitric oxide levels.
Vibrant again. I've taken it before workouts and I'm really noticing improved stamina. Okay. So find out for yourself. Give Blood Flow 7 a try and feel the difference where it matters most, inside your veins. To find out more, go to www.bloodflow7.com/black or click on the link in the description below to learn more today.
Ah, yes, African beef in the middle of Japan. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm gonna drop a slur by the end of this video, aren't I? I mean, the police is technically capable of arresting these people on the spot with no charge. I suggest they start doing that.
On the 21st of August at the 9th Tokyo International Conference on African Development in Yokohama, JICA announced a plan to designate 4 cities as symbolic hometowns for African nations. In Ehime Prefecture for Mozambique, in Chiba for Nigeria, in Niigata with Ghana.
I didn't catch on to that one first. That's actually particularly bad. There was a conference for this in Japan? Here's the thing. The Japanese people are a well-intentioned, but a little bit misguided when it comes to the subject of helping their lessers. I think that the government just got a little bit too comfortable with other people's money. There are also legitimate outreach programs that have to do with eliciting brain drain and buying up early startups from developing economies. Like, there was a pipeline set up to buy up promising startups from Russia, where the founding team, basically the founders would have been given a preferential visa to move to Fukuoka, and they would have to establish a business there. They would have to hire Japanese people in order to receive those visas. And essentially what you would have achieved is you would naturalize the company as a Japanese company at the expense of gaining like 5 foreign nationals who are given permanent residency while they create an upward of 20 new jobs. So the math works when you do that in an intelligent way. Unfortunately, the problem with the government is that when left to its own devices, it's going to spiral into doing things in the most retarded way possible. I call it the bureaucratic Murphy's Law applied to bureaucracy. How are you doing today, Notere?
And in Yamagata with Tanzania, calling them Little Africas.
But yeah, the thing that I just picked up on. So Chiba is effectively a suburb of Tokyo. It is like a reasonable train ride away from Tokyo. Tokyo already has issues with Nigerians. Tokyo has a very big issue with Nigerians. They are the primary source of drug traffic in Tokyo. They are the primary culprits in scam bars where people get roofied and their cards get emptied out. Like, even back in the day, if you went to like the skeevier parts of Ikebukuro, you'd have to dodge some Nigerians later at night.
The idea was to foster cultural ties through exchanges, think student visas, volunteer programs, maybe some baseball clinics. JICA framed it as a way to revitalize Japanese rural areas, where the working age population has crashed to about 60% as of 2024. Ambitious, sure, however, tone deaf to the realities of the Japanese people and their sensibilities.
And to the value of any kind of people you can source from Africa, realistically.
But here is where the proverbial bomb detonated. Misinformation out of Africa reached Japan and spread like wildfire on steroids through social media.
Good.
In that, African media like the Tanzania Times with its headline, "Japan designates Nagai City to Tanzania," mangled the translation. The Japanese word sasageru, meaning dedicate, got twisted on social media into sacrifice or
Sashiageru has a lot of meanings, my guy. I don't remember if Black Pigeon lives in Japan right now. Sashiageru has a meaning of present and give and provide. So, depending on how that sentence was structured, it's a lot of implied meanings. Maybe lost in translation, maybe not so much. Maybe the African part of the agreement just, fumbled and said the quiet part out loud.
Hand over.
Anyone who approves of immigration as a solution to a population shrinking is already too simple to vote in truly civilized society. Unfortunately, these people don't vote. These people make policy, Terry. The rot goes significantly deeper.
Nigeria's government then poured gasoline on this fire, posting, and then to their credit deleting, a claim that Kisa Razu would offer special visas for Nigerian workers. An ex-post then screamed that Chiba was seriously considering handing over the city to Africans, and this post hit 4.6 million views. The narrative being that these cities were about to become little Africas flooded with immigrants. Thus, cue the...
Boy, would I like to see the crime statistics.
The absolute pandemonium. Nationwide, but especially in the cities affected, the Japanese public didn't just get upset, they erupted in apocalyptic fury.
Unfathomably based.
City offices were slammed with
I knew the Japanese still had the fire in them.
Complaints, with thousands of calls and thousands of emails for days, with the staff drowning in the deluge.
Good.
Posts on platforms like X were not kind, with the thought of their towns being transformed along the lines of most towns and cities in the Western world. Quote, "Who's responsible if immigrants overrun our towns?" Or, "Our cities will become African colonies." Closed quote. The venom, malice, bile, and contempt was raw, and much of it was, let's be honest, blatantly xenophobic, which
also good
taps into Japan's 98.1% ethnic homogeneity, as well as its suspicion of its 3% foreign population, especially non-Asians.
That's at least 2% too many. Those are blown the fuck out numbers. Those numbers have to go lower.
But the mayhem, or coordinated mayhem in this case, went even further, with Google Maps pranks labeling Sanjo's City Hall as Ghana City Hall and Kizarazu's as Nigeria City Hall. This wasn't just anger, it was a cultural panic attack. And more to the point, many Japanese have seen the absolute...
I welcome this. I welcome this. Good on the Japanese for waking the fuck up before they get Englanded.
Absolute disaster that has unfolded in Western countries.
I don't want Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka, or any other city, in fact, to suffer the fate of Michigan.
With similar policies and refuse to allow the same thing to happen in the only homeland that they will ever have. But why this reaction? Many people, especially in the West, would ask, as many in the West believe that immigrants are fundamentally necessary to keep the lights on and a country running. And if Japan's demographic crisis, that being an aging population and low birth...
Every time I see this fucking video, I just want to sweep both of his legs so that he just pile drives himself into the fucking floor.
Birth rates, well, they do believe that it will spell the doom of any country that does not open the gates. But hold that thought, because last year, Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, which is the largest pool of investment capital on the planet, well, he stated at the World Economic Forum that the big winners in the future will be developed countries that have shrinking populations and that have xenophobic immigration policies.
Holy shit, wait. Larry Fink is our boy now? What the fuck? We like Larry Fink now.
I could argue in the developed countries, the big winners are countries that have shrinking populations. You know, we always used to think shrinking population is a cause for negative growth. These large developed countries that have xenophobic immigration policies, they don't allow anybody to come in.
Wait, is he our boy now? What the fuck? I know, no, Terry, I'm also very confused.
Shrinking demographics. These countries will rapidly develop robotics and AI and technology. We'll be able to elevate the standard of living of countries and the standard of living of individuals, even with shrinking populations.
Moreover, to add to that, an August 2025 Cornell University study entitled
Larry Fink is saying BlackRock is saying the xenophobia is based, and you're blackpilling.
Demographic Decline and Economic Prosperity, a Critical Examination, Well, it argued that fears of a declining population often stem from oversimplified economic models and have more to do with political agendas, not evidence. It says long-term prosperity hinges on education, skills, and technology, not just headcount. Moreover, in Japan, the fear of fewer people, weaker economy, is something that the majority of people are ready to accept if it means keeping Japan Japanese.
Hell yeah.
The idea of...
Listen, all you need to do is just give tax exemption to households that have an above replacement number of children. Like, any household that has 3 kids, bam, no income tax. You will solve every problem you have instantaneously. There is not going to be a demographic issue. You are going to elicit a spike in reproduction amongst your most productive population. Your cousin, a Detroit native, only dated Arabs. They had all the money. They all beat her ass. She dated a Mexican for the first time, ends up having 5 kids. No comment.
Of mass African immigration into Japan, even hypothetical, hit the country like a sledgehammer, stoking anxieties about cultural erosion, crime, and strained resources. Far-right groups like Sanseito, which rode a Japan First wave, amplified this and stunned the country in its showing in the recent election. For his part, Valentine Hosogawa, a Nigerian-Japanese ex-boxer, well, he warned that Japan could face chaos 100 times worse than the long-simmering tensions with its large Kurdish population in Saitama Prefecture.
Yeah, both have to go. Remove both of the kebabs and the whatever the fuck the Nigerians eat.
By the 27th of August, JICA and the cities and prefectures that are involved were in full crisis mode, with mayors posting on social media, "We did not ask to accept migrants or ease visa rules," or clarifying, "No plans to accept immigrants from Ghana, period," as well as calling the rumors regrettable and mourning damage to Tanzania ties. In the end,
I will not rest until you completely bar entry into the country to anyone who doesn't have a local sponsor.
Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi,
and one person can sponsor more than 2 people at a time,
squashed visa claims, stating no plans for special visas or immigration. JICA, for its part, begged African media for retractions, with Nigeria backtracking on its visa post, but the outrage was unstoppable. And as of late August, the
They don't want to solve the problems, they want more locks. I don't think they're thinking that deeply about that.
Africa Hometown Initiative has been effectively killed. Not officially canceled, but smothered by public fury.
That's actually very good. You know what? That is one thing about Japanese politics. They're very sensitive. The politicians keep their fucking ear to the ground. Once they hear an upswell, it's not like here where you need to cause a shitstorm on Twitter for 3 weeks in a row. No. If they see that the Japanese are getting uppity, they get Manchuria flashbacks, and they get in line fast.
And political pressure. So in the end, what do we have? JICA's plan was a diplomatic olive branch that
God, I just want to smash his fucking face into that glass wall so much.
Absolutely misjudged Japan's cultural wiring. The Cornell study, as well as Larry Fink at BlackRock, reminds us that demographic fears are often politically charged.
And all it takes is one good glow kick. Stop reading your mind about dealing with slurs. Breakdancing by non-Japanese should be outlawed. At least not in the goddamn subway. I don't have big opinions about breakdancing outside of the fact that it looks goofy as hell.
Myths. But in Japan, they're taken as gospel. And the Little Africa's Panic of this month exposed a very raw nerve in Japan which is a society that is very, very much protective of its 97% ethnic core, that even symbolic ties to Africa sparked a nationalist meltdown. As the rage was clear, and it was visceral, rooted in a fortress-like national identity that anyone who has spent any time here will tell you is true. While African misinformation did light the fuse, it was the explosion that was fueled by deep-seated resistance to immigration into Japan, as this was a masterclass in not how to pitch a policy, and a warning that good intentions don't survive bad optics. So,
the intentions were also bad.
What do you think? Give me your thoughts or your questions or whatever else you'd like in the comment section below. And as always, I'd like to say thank you for being here, and check to see that you are still subscribed, as many people are unsubscribed by YouTube without their knowledge or consent. If you'd like to help.
You've decided that the Yakuza crackdown was ill-advised. You want men with missing pinkies running shifts on every train? Yeah. You're not wrong. As much as I have a knee-jerk distaste of organized crime and people who engage with it, you know what? I'd rather have the Yakuza run the goddamn drug trade than the Nigerians in Tokyo, so not entirely wrong. I mean, here's the thing. The crackdowns in the subway have already started from a sort of grassroots perspective. There are still men in Japan, and the men in Japan are getting entirely sick of the tourist shit. I have seen videos, and if I have seen videos, that means that there were 20 more cases that were not documented, of a Japanese salaryman just dead ass dragging one of these fucking bums out of the train. The Japanese are beginning to hate. You need to remember that they only became a comfortable and docile people after we dropped the sun on them twice and deprived them of a military and allowed them to build and tinker with electronics. They've got that fucking fire in them. These people have spent the better part of 10 centuries cataloging in pedantic detail every way of destroying the human frame. Do not fuck with these people. If you think angry Europeans are bad, wait until you see or, read up on what the Japanese will do if they're off their leash. Alright, I need to take another piss break. Go refill your drinks, do the same. BRB.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation it set in, to encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft movement. It's not about rights, freedoms, or the problems nearly so much as it is about encouraging a collectivist and daring a nationalist. People's community mentality, sentiments, and movement. Something similar is being pushed around a Scottish identity based on the young woman who rightly and heroically stood up for her own physical safety. The same thing has happened with heritage Americans. In the US, the goal is to create a new understanding of what is an American that sees America as being an extended Volksgemeinschaft instead of a propositional nation, or a nation, or based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. You see Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s. It all came crashing down in 1945. This approach has been taken before, in other words, and it wasn't the right approach then, nor is it the right approach now. To reject the Volksgemeinschaft current within these broader and genuinely noble and necessary movements to stand up for our countries is not to reject the effort to stand up for our countries. It's to resist another kind of collectivism that won't get us where we want to go.
All right. Say AFK Stream feels like a kick in the dick because you forgot to cover that tweet in your last video. Well, see, that's the thing. I saw your video on the whole kerfuffle, and I think that ad-libbing videos like that without having all of your tabs in the line is a skill that has to be developed over a very protracted period of time. That's why, for example, V can get away with doing that. He can just, start up OBS and start rambling. I, for example, need my notes. I'll have notes and I'll still forget to read the fucking notes. But yeah, that entire thing gets memed on justifiably so. I'm getting kind of tired of the fucking React slop. Okay, this one is at least funny.
Lawsuit for banning the player teapot. That's not a sentence I thought I'd ever say in my lifetime, but boy am I happy nonetheless. You guys like the new room? Sponge's got his own wall, building that out a little bit. Oh, and by the way, I went to the largest fighting game tournament in the world.
What is that about Evo now being owned by Saudi Arabia? For some reason, Twitter and FGC Twitter and especially Blue Sky, FGC Blue Sky was crashing out all over the place because of that, apparently.
And nobody whooped my ass. What's going on with that? You'd think being the most threatened man in the FGC would mean something.
That shit used to mean something.
But no confrontations, no anything. It was cool. Cool time. Great time. Yo, Big Left. What's up, bro?
Is there some kind of profound beef that he has?
Anyways,
with
back
Leffen?
to the topic of today's video. The esports organization Luminosity was the main party named in the original lawsuit, but it's also coincidentally being sold off now to Vertical Studios. But to be honest, I don't know how much the lawsuit factor.
There's a bunch of rainbow humpers who are afraid that Saudi Arabia will ban them. Wish they were right because you want Sonic Fox to put wait, what? You want Sonic Fox to be put in the fires? Kind of. Oh, you want Sonic Fox to put the fries in the fucking bag. I'm kind of here for that. I'm not gonna lie. I find him to be an extremely distasteful individual, and generally, he's not the personification of everything wrong with the FGC, but he definitely hits a lot of the points. There definitely collects them all. Identified a legitimate issue within a minority and applied to a majority without actual delineation. It's so fucking stupid. I also wish Saudis did that too.
Into that? Because I saw a few people saying that those things were related.
I think the problem, listen, Lindsay, I don't know if that was intentional, but it, you know, as it was correctly clowned on by the people in the comments, he tried the fallacy of you disagree with me because you are a Nazi. And the thing that I don't like is Nazism. And I'm not sure if it was character assassination or if it was just good old Nazi Tourette's. But one of the comments clowned on him very accurately, saying that there's a long-standing German tradition called Trinken water, which is drinking water. Just because you call something with a German word doesn't mean it's inherently bad.
But I don't think that's necessarily the case. But after my last video got posted in the Times of Israel, I had a revelation.
Oh, hell
More
yeah.
of an epiphany, if you will. Ask yourself, what do Smash players hate more than anything? And you can't say showers. That's right. Israel. It was so obvious. I mean, all this time I've been fighting them with facts and logic, when I should have been fighting them with Jewish lawyers. Because,
I mean, apparently Smash players do not know the Jewish lawyer matchup.
let me tell you, they get shit done. Since a lot of you were bitching the last time I covered this, I'd like to reiterate that this is about video games and the American legal system. But if that's too complicated, let me put it like this. If I was teleported to 1940s Germany and someone knocked on my door looking for Smash tournament organizers, I would hand them an illustrated diagram with their daily routines and some Febreze for their truck. Anyone that stops people from playing a child's video game for a stupid reason is literally worse than Hitler. Well, how would you even know where and when to find them? Huh, technicals? What a stupid question. It's obviously because they weren't using the sponsor of today's video, Aura. Have you ever seen a Smash player with Aura? I haven't. Well, okay, maybe that one time with Hungrybox, but that's it. Aura is an all-in-one digital security tool that ensures that your private information stays that way. VPN.
Imagine being an adult who plays Smash. God forbid professionally.
Antivirus, password manager, dark web and fraud alerts, foot massages, Chinese takeout, and a girlfriend who doesn't ask where you've
Dude, I'd fuck with some Chinese takeout right now.
been all night because you secretly lost your job and don't have the strength to tell her.
I'm trying to find you every single day. I'm texting you, calling you.
Are you serious? You're gonna do this in front of the kid? In front of the kid right now? Really? That's what you're gonna do? Okay, I might have lied about those last three, but that's still pretty good. Data brokers make a fortune selling your information to scam callers, marketers, you name it. But what they don't tell you is that they legally have to take down your information if you ask.
Do we have time for Chinese takeout? You don't think you do? My go-to place is closed right now, and I also don't have the macros to eat Chinese. It's heavy. I only get Chinese takeout after I've been a good boy and pushed my calorie burn to 3,000.
Lucky for you, Aura does all the heavy lifting, so you don't have to comb thousands of sites and file a complaint over and over again every.
You don't understand? The children's party game is a serious competitive esport, while they sure treat touching minors like a competitive sport.
Every time a new listing pops up. I honestly think it's cool that they bundle all that extra protection on top of a VPN, which is something I would pay for anyways to access region-locked content. But hey, if you're still not sure you want to try it, I'm gonna sweeten the deal. All this talk of suing Smash players has put me in a festive mood. So if you sign up using my link, aura.com/technicals, I will allow you to try Aura for 14 days free. After all, can't put a price on safety. Stop leaving yourself vulnerable and go to aura.com/technicals immediately. And thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video.
ExpressVPN is actually a better VPN.
Anyways, if you don't know the civil rights case I'm referring to, I made a video a few months back discussing how the player Teapot was banned from playing competitive Smash for being a Zionist. But the same organizers that banned him completely ignored that the guy making the call-out post was directly endorsing
Hammer and Sickle in the Twitter handle. I am not surprised. I am not surprised.
Terrorism and the death of civilians. That's not hyperbole, I'm not exaggerating, was okay with the death of innocent civilians.
The FGC is filled with these insufferable fucks. Unfortunately, a lot of the hobbies are filled with gullible libshits. And because they don't have the attention span to follow anything other than, reading the next patch note, a lot of them just, take the gospel hook, line, and sinker, and that's what you get.
Okay. Look, don't get me wrong, I'm not against banning people to set a precedent. That's totally fine. If you're going to be anti-terrorism, it has to be both ways. You can't pick a side. This isn't fucking CSGO.
I just got mollied.
No, technicals! You don't understand. This is bad. You love Jews. You need to resist. The Jews are taking over the Smash community. Wake up! Hey, technicals, that's quite the straw man. It's not about the Jews. It's about the Zionists. Look, I talk about video games and sexual misconduct like 90% of the time. I don't give a fuck if you hate Israel. I don't care. But these people acting like the hate stops at Zionism are just totally full of shit, and I'm going to show you an example of that in the Smash community. When Luminosity made a graphic 7 months ago to showcase the highest ranked Smash players from countries around the world, thousands, I'm talking thousands, were demanding to remove the player Yuri from Israel, even though he just lives there and doesn't actually support Israel. He had to make a whole thread disavowing his country because of the backlash. Get Yuri out of here. Of course, the Israeli player is playing as the war criminal fascist propagandist from Tekken.
Protagonist, but never mind.
Yuri should be banned. And then it's just a photo saying Israel bombs hospitals and Biden pays for it. Did Yuri bomb the hospitals? What the fuck?
A bigger part of it is nerds being weak and folding instantly at the thought of being ostracized. That's actually also true. I think the poison, in a very big sense, comes from the TOs.
Would your reason for banning him be, besides, he's Israeli? Fuck Yuri. Get fucked, Yuri. Kick Yuri or we're gonna boycott you. Fuck you for platform.
No, you're not, because no other community will have you. People don't know what that word means. When Syria was dusting away Druze families, Israel came in, protected them for a period of time earlier this year. Yeah, that's very true. They only listen. These people don't have their own genuine opinions. Very few of them do, and the ones that do are fucking commies. And commies, as we know, are not people and belong on a lamppost. I find it hard to believe that they're actual nerds because they have a fear of ostracization. Any true nerd was immunized to that fear by the time they're 13. I think it depends on where you grew up, Notary. If you grew up in places where you could at least congregate with people around your hobbies, and it also depends on sort of what time period that would happen in, especially like if you did that when sort of leftist social cliques were forming inside of a lot of nerd hobbies, then yes, I can see a lot of them being browbeaten into that. Something else funny. Ads are running. Oh, listen, that.
Forming a Zionist. What is this explanation? So because Luminosity recognized Israel as a country in the reality that we live in, that makes them a Zionist? Everyone's a Nazi, everyone's a Zionist, everyone's a pedophile. The bar gets lower every fucking day. LMAO, hope his ass gets beat. So if you hate someone just because of the country they're from, and immediately assume they're evil and should be banned and assaulted with zero evidence, that's not xenophobic discrimination? I don't remember seeing any of these people getting banned. It seems pretty one-sided to me. It's just about the Zionists, bro. Relax. The whole reason these organizers got sued in the first place is because people who run tournaments think that just because they're hosting the event that they can kick out anyone for any reason, no matter what. Literally, no matter what the reason, they think they're entirely justified. Now, that might work if you're running it at your house through an exclusive membership format.
GDQ is very much like that. I don't remember what GDQ is. It sounds familiar, but I feel like I may have erased my memory of that acronym for a reason.
Invitational or like a birthday party.
Roku Ads Manager puts Roku's reach within your reach. Sign up at ads.roku.com.
But 99% of the time, that is
Oh, speedrun for charity, that's right.
not the case. Usually tournaments are held at arcades, venues like hotels or convention centers that have some form of registration that is open to the general public. Because the event is open to literally anyone, again, meaning the general public, which is important, that
Got infiltrated by the rainbows en masse and the fun was killed in many such cases.
also means that it is beholden to discrimination laws. Imagine that. For example, I would not be allowed to host a tournament at a hotel if after everyone signed up, I just decided, no Russians. Nuh-uh. Can't do it. Now, it doesn't have to be Russians. I was just recycling a joke. You can substitute your favorite ethnicity to ban. It really doesn't matter. But there's two reasons why this doesn't work. One, because of the prohibition against discrimination or segregation in places of public accommodation, institutions such as restaurants, theaters, sports arenas, or other places of exhibition that engage in commerce with the general public are not allowed to discriminate based on race, color, religion, or national origin.
Yeah, so despite what the Democrats may have you believe, we actually don't have any discriminatory racist laws on the books. And we haven't had any of those for quite a while.
Secondly, because the space you're utilizing is a public lodging, you legally cannot do that because those kinds of institutions automatically fall under these same restrictions. Guess where Max Ketchum's tournament, where Teapot got banned, was located? It's not his house. It's certainly not a birthday party. That's right. It was from the New Yorker Hotel.
Are you serious right now, bro?
Oof. Sorry, buddy. Looks like playing Smash actually is a right. And because Zionism's foundations are in the establishment of a Jewish homeland in Palestine, and there are strong religious and cultural ties to the movement, and you're arguing against Jewish lawyers, regardless if you agree, it'd be pretty difficult for the defense to argue against religious or national origins relevance to the case. New York also has kind of a more robust version of this law that includes things like creed, which further adds to the plaintiff's argument. According to nyc.org, creed refers to a set of moral or ethical beliefs and the practices and observances associated with those beliefs. Although creed includes traditional religious beliefs, it also incorporates belief systems that may not be expressed by an organized religious group. I didn't even know that one existed, and that pretty much covers all of their bases, so I don't know. EMG, CACT, and the Discord Ryugacord, which is like a high-level online Smash practice server, have already settled and apologized for their mishandling of the ban. They posted all these statements. You can tell it's a settlement statement. No one would fucking apologize like this if they weren't forced to legally. But Max and Aerodusk, two tournament organizers that are related to the case and banned Teapot from their events, for some reason plan to not only represent themselves, but they want to fight the case.
Oh, hell yes.
Good luck with that, dude. We are currently in a timeline where Smash players have become so full of themselves that they've stumbled into a lawsuit for violating the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Can we just take a moment to really let that sink in? That's truly incredible. Now, this might just be my opinion as a professional grifter, so take it with a grain of salt, but I wouldn't really call that inclusive. It's actually so exclusive and blatantly authoritarian to the point where you have people who unironically think that the Constitution of the United States of America doesn't apply to Smash tournaments.
I find it extremely funny when people claim clear harassment of a group of or players to be free speech because while there might be an aspect of truth to it, it literally doesn't matter. The Smash scene is not bound by the Constitution. Whoa, big if true. Why yes, please defend Pro Se against a slam dunk civil suit case against professional lawyers.
No wonder you got fucking sued by Nintendo. Holy shit. How the fuck are you that stupid? We should have the unalienable right to kick out all the Jews. And thanks to discovery from the lawsuit, we actually have access to the private tournament organizers group chat.
Oh,
Aerodusk
not like
posts the original
this.
exposed thread, Max Ketchum agrees to ban him, and Cact laughs at receiving a DM from Teapot attempting to remedy the situation that he later admitted to ignoring after posting his settlement apology. Wow, ignoring players and refusing to elaborate on a ban? Where have I heard that before? What a shocker. The fact that they're gossiping like high schoolers in a group chat is not what surprised me. The worst part is how willing they are to fuck someone over when they know no one is watching. Max Ketchum called him a Zionist weasel and lied about him laughing at dying kids. Anyone not being dishonest can see that in the post he's referencing, Teapot is laughing at the karma from the person who previously celebrated a terrorist attack. Kids aren't mentioned anywhere in this post.
I'm pretty sure I laughed at this. Finally out of the basement. Seku, there's a YouTube link. You're subscribed to the YouTube. There are no ads there. Just keep typing it. Oh, you're on mobile, though. That's, you're gonna have to figure that one out. What is my one-sentence opinion on supporting or just being entertained on the subject? I love it when fuckwits fuck around and find out.
That's a fucking massive reach. There's not even enough context here to make that inference. He's just saying,
listen, Smash players are barely people, so whenever something bad happens to them for doubling down on being fucking stupid, I applaud that standing up.
Then Toronto Joe, the owner of EMG, asked if they should scam him for his $150 registration fee after kicking him out, which is illegal and hilarious. I've consistently said this, and I stand by it. None of you have the decorum to run events at this scale, and these are some of the most incriminating and malicious statements you could have possibly made. Max's response to the complaint was to ask for an extension on his reply, and Aerodusk surprisingly has submitted an answer already. However, I don't know what the fuck either of you expect to accomplish here, because both of you don't have the attorneys, money, nor intelligence to fight this case. But hey, don't let that stop you, because I'm really going to enjoy watching you try. Luminosity was able to avoid further litigation because they were offloading all of their legal bills onto EMG, and Teapot's team didn't want to keep doing that to them because they had good talks with Toronto Joe and would rather come to a settlement instead of racking up the bill. Teapot has since been unbanned by EMG and welcomed back to their events, along with the Discord group Ryuga Cord, but obviously Max and Aerodusk refused to settle. So technically this isn't over, but the outcome is pretty clear. Several other parties still exist in the amended complaint, but we just haven't heard much from them, like Waypoint Cafe in New York, and the organizer behind the decision, Jonathan, who posted the initial allegations, and a number of other unknown defendants who spread the defamatory claims to remove Teapot from tournaments. So we'll probably hear more about that in a few months from now. If there's anything I've learned from this case, it's that if you want to get things done, just start suing these niggas. Did you get banned from your local arcade? Well, if you're brown, sue them for racial discrimination. But if you're white, first consider converting to Islam or Judaism. And if that doesn't work, try being transgender. It really doesn't matter, as long as you make sure you're wasting as much of their time and money as you possibly can.
Listen, just pony up the money for a good Jewish lawyer. Whenever I need legal paperwork filed, I don't do it myself. I go to one of my people who has a topical degree, and I let them handle it. Am I paying a little bit more than I would have paid for someone who was just recommended by the local bar association? Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm also paying a little bit more to get shit done. It is very much a it is a case of pay once, cry never.
Because eventually, they're gonna get tired of getting sued, and that will naturally force them to have more robust systems in place to defend every ban they issue so it doesn't bite them in the ass. They don't care about the community, they don't care about being fair, and they sure as fuck didn't care about hacks. All Smash players care about is their public image and their bank account. And if you can
and touching kids.
Damage one of those enough, you'll finally be allowed to play a fucking child's video game. Thank you to Matt, the attorney.
To be fair, it's your own fault for wanting to play Smash.
Who handled this lawsuit for handing all of you an L. It was fucking hilarious to watch. He did an amazing job. And if any of you feel like your civil rights have been infringed upon in esports and you want to help set a precedent, and you also don't happen to have a problem with Israel, Matt has offered to represent people and help fight those cases because he also would like to set an anti-discrimination precedent in the esports.
Teapot, a Jewish Zionist, gets blacklisted from esports because tournaments are ran by woke-tard Palestine supporters. Teapot responds by doing what Jews do best. He goes to a Jewish lawyer.
Space. So that offer is on the table, but I think most people should be fighting for their rights in general. I know it can get a little expensive and intimidating to take on legal matters, but just one or two cases will help set the groundwork for everything.
Hey, listen, just be willing to share the settlement, a bigger percentage of the settlement, then you won't have to pay shit up front. Like the surprise ADL dunk from this lawyer? Yeah. Listen, the ADL are not, listen, they don't have good lawyers. Good lawyers don't go to work for the ADL. Good lawyers have their own private practice. You only stick around at a shithole like ADL because you got your fucking Nepo diploma, but you're not actually good at the job.
Everyone, so these organizers who are supposed to be servicing the community don't feel like they fucking run it with an iron fist. It feels like a lot of these gaming communities have been overtaken by people who care more about social politics than they do about the success of their game and their community. So let's just fucking sue them, dude. I'm all for it.
I've unironically become a fan of the Start GG social credit idea, right? You literally just get a number ascribed to how much your opinion matters. I want someone to send a tweet and it's like they have melee social credit of like 1,000.
Right.
And then we're just like, oh, this guy's been to like one tournament in 2014 or something.
Right, so
you
we're
know?
going to
like,
competitive melee clout chasing.
I don't know if it's clout chasing. I think in the modern Twitter discourse, like who's against this, right?
Communists can't stop themselves from establishing new social credit scores, can they?
Like, you have all the weird technicals people and like...
You know what's a really pressing issue in Melee right now? It's not all the sponsors pulling out, it's not the dying viewership and attendance. It's seeing the wrong opinions on Twitter. You want to turn Melee into communist China, and yet you're worried about me and my viewers. Ohan, you are a fucking moron. Again, thank you to Matt. He sent me a lot of information and answered any questions that I had on the case. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me. If you guys like the coverage, don't forget to leave a like, comment, and subscribe. It helps.
I don't have good bile for you, so we're gonna leave the Indian street food video for later, I think. Or we can try to... I mean, it's only a 20-minute video. Fuck it, let's go. Let's farm. Let me get a drink. Ah, shit, I don't have water. Fuck it. Fuck it, we go raw.
You have delicious food. Please sneeze on mine. I will sneeze on everyone's. I have good food.
Yeah, we're doing it. Finally, some clean Indian street.
You forgot to sneeze. I will sneeze on yours. I will sneeze on yours next time.
Your zipper's
I
down.
have the best food. I will sneeze on everyone's. Give me your money.
Man. Release your oil down your
Everyone,
pants.
would you like one booger or two? I have good food.
I don't understand people. Genuinely. Indian food is hailed as some of the best food in the Western Hemisphere.
By who, excuse me? That's a big fucking statement that's absolutely unsubstantiated. Sushi is also made by hand. Yeah, by hands that were fucking washed.
Let alone in the entire world. If you've never had
No, absolutely the fuck not. No, it's not.
Indian food before, I'm afraid you've never lived. It's hard for me to put into words how good Indian food is to anyone who's never had it because your brain simply doesn't have the capacity to even comprehend the combination of flavors.
I don't know what your culinary background is, dude bro. I've had Indian food. It's okay. And you can't say that it wasn't like authentic Indian food. Well, first of all, I'm never setting foot in India. Sorry, there's nothing on that fucking subcontinent that's worth me spending 10 hours in a plane to go there just to nearly die from an E. coli infection. Second of all, no, I've had Indian food made by Indians in countries that actually force them to abide by sanitary regulations. And I've had it made both by Indians, I've had Nepalese food. You know, it's okay when you're on a budget, or if you're retarded and don't eat meat. Like, it's fine. Indian food is best when it's made by people who aren't Indian. I can't really say. Like, I've had what was considered the best Indian food in Moscow. What is that fucking place called? Shit. It's not the Maharaja, or is it the Maharaja? Regardless, there was a restaurant that was run by a very influential Krishna worshipping mafia, and I knew the founder of the place. Listen, it's a long fucking story. The food was okay, especially when you had to budget, because I had to budget because I was working an entry-level job. It's fine. Palak paneer is an okay source of fiber and pretty much nothing the fuck else. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Indian food is good insofar as every country has good dishes. Well, yeah. Is it possible we are used to rancid street food in India and see less of the clean restaurants and kitchen? You probably won't go to either, but you wonder because it's so loud. Well, the rancid street food is just a very good window into sort of the cultural sensibilities of the majority of people in India. It's not to say that everyone in India lives like that, but for some reason, whenever a Western tourist goes to India and consumes something that doesn't come from a sealed can, preferably one that wasn't sealed in fucking India, they all seem to come down with horrific, just life-altering diarrhea. And I don't think that's a coincidence. Again, I've had good Indian food. I know that that was high-quality Indian food because I eat at high-quality places. Yeah, it's okay. I'm sorry, no, it doesn't elicit the spiritual Super Saiyan boner that good Japanese food does. I'm sorry, it's mid at best. Clean restaurants in India, sir. Just go looking for diamonds in the wilderness. I'm sure there's at least one. Like, there has to be some kind of luxury industry in India. Because otherwise, where will the Indian mafia spend all of the money they stole?
This goes not just for India, but for any culturally rich yet underdeveloped nation that has been plighted by imperialism.
Not really, no. Most culturally underdeveloped, most quote-unquote culturally rich countries that are underdeveloped are shitholes and don't really have anything of value to contribute.
The Indian music system, or Karnataka...
And also, I mean, colonialism arguably pulled India out of being a complete shithole into being a moderate shithole. I will remind you that they have yet to start building their own railway systems. They're still using the ones built in the Victorian times. Culturally rich. Nothing you have learned about India makes you think that statement is accurate. There were some nuggets there that arguably took root in different places, and you know, they had some okay. Yoga is okay. Remember a video of a Korean travel streamer who went to India, and at one point she is on the back of a motorbike taxi crying, and the guy asks her, "Why are you crying?" She says, "I hate India." You felt bad for the guy because he was trying to do his job and show her around. Listen, it was her fault for going to India.
The music system, for example, is a complex system that involves the use of notes and tones that Western instruments don't have access to. Like,
are you sure about
piano over here, which you can't see, but you can hear. The smallest interval I have access to on my piano is a semitone. This, for reference, is a whole tone. So I can only really go here. That's the smallest space between notes that I can access. But Karnataka
Okay, but have you considered that you can also tune a guitar by semitones and by quarter tones, and you know, if you need to achieve a specific noise, you can just use a guitar. And most Indian musical instruments are percussion string instruments because of that. You uneducated commie fuck.
Gothic music and subsequently Indian instruments have access to microtones, which are in between the semitones. So they have access to notes that are in between these two, which I don't even have access here on my piano.
Yeah, but you have access to them on a guitar, you fucking ignoramus. It was because she visited the places where men act like they've never seen a woman before and don't take no for an answer. When they offered to carry her bag or buy something. Yes, Thunder Biome, you're still not contradicting my original statement of it's her fault for going to India. You visited China forever ago, and many shops are like that, where if you don't buy something, they get mad. Well, that's a little bit different, Thunder Biome. The storefront culture, especially in markets in China, is sort of a bit of a game, and the shopkeep thinks that you're wasting his time if you're actively window shopping and especially asking about merchandise to just then walk off. This man is not beating the subcontinental IQ allegations. Oh, absolutely not. Like you can see the 90 IQ from him.
That's why it's so hard.
90 is aspirational.
For me to describe Indian food, because there are flavors you don't even know exist and can't possibly fathom without trying yourself.
No, all of those flavors are actually pretty easily contained and described by some combination of cardamom, star anise, and cinnamon. Maybe paprika.
Or this piano, capable of beautiful music, but boxed in by Western society, making you, intentionally or unintentionally, ignorant to things deemed as unconventional by the first world country that you live in. And yes, I'm using music as an analogy here, but it applies to
You're grasping for straws because you have no real argument. Please continue.
The same degree as food. They both fall under the culture umbrella, the cumbrella. Did I just say that out loud? Anyway, all I'm trying to say here...
Is that a reference to the rampant culture of rape that has proliferated through India?
Is that when you live in a country that makes people like Gracie Abrams or Ian successful, it's time to diversify your taste a little bit and break out of the shallow perspective you've been born into.
Yeah, exactly. Who the fuck are those people?
Decide to try Indian food, I'm not even being over dramatic here, it might blow your fucking mind. The diversity of rich spices and ingredients that all culminate together into dishes with so much nuance and flavor, it can make a...
My brother in Christ, I got a bridge to sell you. And that bridge is called kaiseki ryori. I'm sorry, but India slop has nothing on a good Japanese multi-course dinner.
Grown man cry. And we're lucky enough to have proof of that. Roll the clip.
Today we're trying Indian food. That seasoning is out of this world.
Motherfucker looks like he would have a heart attack if he tried to run a mile. I'm sorry, I do not take my culinary advice from people who have very obviously subsisted on a standard American diet.
Has a nice garlic parmesan taste, and that is cooked to perfection.
I don't know who the fuck this guy is.
I'm not even joking. It's thin bread, but it has so much flavor to it.
Sure, but okay, the thin bread is fine. But is it cooked in India? Or is it cooked in America? Where if you break sanitation standards, your place is going to be shut the fuck down.
In fact, this might be the best bread I've ever had in my life. Holy crap!
Why are you eat like a disgusting animal? What the fuck is wrong with you?
This might be the best thing I've ever tasted in my life.
Brother, I implore you to try new things. You can see what he looked like at 8 years old. Yeah.
My taste buds have been violated. That should be a crime.
Listen, if your frame of reference for culinary excellence is Domino's Pizza, I can see how Indian food may be overstimulating. But I'm telling you, as someone who's been around the block quite a bit, it's mid at best.
I'm tweaking.
That's right. Butter chicken has the power to solve toxic masculinity and enlighten the...
What fucking masculinity? Man boobs McChoose has below reference testosterone level. I can tell that by just looking at him. My brother in Christ, never mind toxic masculinity, this man has not encountered masculinity.
I'm tweaking.
That's right. Butter chicken has the power to solve toxic masculinity and enlighten the human brain. And it isn't even an S-tier dish. Hell, it isn't even A-tier. Even England is having a hard time standing their ground. A country that colonized India because they thought they were superior human beings now have an Indian dish.
Well, I mean, they did win every armed conflict with India, so I guess they were kind of superior. And also, yeah, and Indians still use the infrastructure that the British built, and they're barely able to maintain it, so I'm not sure you want to start that particular dick measuring conversation. Butter chicken does save masculinity when you're on keto. I see, it's all about the use case. Their lack of food culture is because of the fucking government starving them for nearly 50 years. Interesting. That I did not know, because I don't care enough about India to learn things about them to hate.
As the most popular food item in their country. Boom! Take that. India won. England, 500,000 probably. Actually, wait. India beat England in the semifinal.
Oh, Britain starved them. Well, sucks to suck.
For the Cricket World Cup to then win in the finals. India too. Wait, you guys are celebrating, right? It's the first time we've won in 17 years. You have to be celebrating.
Who is we? Brother, you live in America.
Maybe you need some motivation to help celebrate with the sponsor of today's video, the Urban Indian. Super excited to be working with these guys again.
This is, by the way, this is who naturalized Indians evolve into in the second generation. If you didn't want to deport all of the fucking Indians enough, this is the second stage. None of them are based. Do not believe in the fucking Vivek Ramaswamy psyop. That is all of them. All of them are soy-pogging leftists, closet communists, and gun grabbers. It is non-negotiable. The Indians have to go the fuck back. All of them, including the ones that managed to claw themselves a passport. I am sorry. Get the fuck out of my country.
Especially for today's video. If you've seen my videos before, you may be familiar with this brand. The Urban Indian is
You wonder how many women this guy has fondled without permission?
A small...
We don't know if he's not gay. There's a bit of a toss-up here, so it's either in tens or zero, including the FBI chief. See, Cash Money Patel can stay if we actually see the Epstein files.
Small brown-owned clothing business that prides itself on offering.
If I see him eating a bacon cheeseburger, he can stay. Everyone else goes the fuck home.
More than just clothing, but also for celebrating identity and merging vibrant Indian design with modern...
Vibrant Indian design. Fucking tan shirt number 6 with some writing on it. All brown.
Streetwear. Their newest...
No, Terry. They are trying to claim you. How do you feel about that?
Collection pays homage to a vintage Indian cricket jersey, and it's fucking sick. It's so cool. Dude, I feel so cool in this jacket. The 1992 Bounder is...
You look like a fucking dork, my guy. But then again, I think no jersey would fix that.
A jacket that captures the spirit of the iconic 1992 Indian cricket jersey. The jacket features high-quality, durable, and water-resistant materials, ensuring you stay protected in all weather conditions. The sleek silhouette is tailored to flatter all body types, making it a versatile addition to any wardrobe. Besides this jacket, the Urban Indian
There's so many white Mexicans, it's not even funny if you say so.
has a big collection of clothing, ranging from sweatpants to t-shirts to hoodies to tote bags, all reflecting the beauty of making weather.
Yes, the traditional Indian wear.
Silhouette is... Besides this jacket, the Urban Indian has a big collection of clothing, ranging from sweatpants,
traditional Indian wear,
to t-shirts
T-shirt, traditional Indian wear.
The hoodies, the
hoodie, traditional Indian garment, the hoodie.
tote bags, all reflecting the beauty of India in their own unique ways. The jacket is currently on
in being a fucking solid color. Get the fuck out.
Pre-order. So
is this a bit? I'm sorry. Am I taking the bait? Is this just one elaborate trolling operation? Surely these are not real people.
This is something that interests you, then hit the link in the description and use Saji10 for 10% off of your order. And thank you, The Urban Indian, for sponsoring this video. Now, besides influencing first world countries, Indian food has also helped to influence a multitude of other cultures.
Yeah, it's influenced Tim Hortons to get a fecal matter contamination on their fucking donuts.
Birthing dishes that are tongue-tantalizing, mind-bending, and genuinely so otherworldly that you could have a food baby and still want twins.
Brother, if you are powered by a singular brain cell, and that can be moved by Indian food, doesn't mean the rest of us are.
I'm very lucky because my mom's side of the family is Indo-Caribbean while my dad's side is full Indian. First off, growing up eating
brother never had a shot.
Jamaican food and Indian food made me immensely spoiled. But also seeing how Indian food has influenced Jamaican food and realizing the similarities taught me how beautiful culture can really
There's food in Jamaica? I'm sorry.
be, especially when shared between oppressed peoples. What the fuck is your excuse, England? Beans on toast for breakfast? I don't care if it's a wartime tradition. Indentured servants can make better food than you. That's sad. India 3. Just for beans on toast and pie barm?
Brother, have you...
High noon, and the winter's clear. 7 out of 10 cats prefer Blue Tastefuls chicken to Iams chicken. And with Tastefuls' delicious natural ingredients, it's easy to see why. Blue Tastefuls, a taste cats love made with natural ingredients.
What the fuck is pie?
Does India not have a fucking international soccer team? They were one of the countries too pathetic for soccer. You wanted to look up, you can't find one. Do I have pets? Not right now, but I'm currently in... I've increased my living space, so once I have $3,000 to drop on a Maine Coon kitten from a breeder, I will have cats again. Yeah. But on the subject of British food, motherfucker, have you ever tried a full English breakfast? Would I ever adopt or just foster? No. I'll explain why. Not because of some snobbish reasons. I do not want to expose myself to the risks of sudden onset illnesses in my pets. I no longer want to gamble with breeds and individual health of like a random foster or a random adopted cat. I do not want the emotional roller coaster of trying to nurse an animal back to health. I've been there. I've bought the fucking timeshare. I want nothing to do with that anymore. I've had enough of that. I'm not. No. I want a cat from a breeder with a known lineage, knowing that the cat was raised up to the point of adoption in a good environment, that he was taken care of, that he was screened for genetic maladies, and that he's going to have a consistent and predictable health profile. And I will have a prescribed and breeder-approved way of taking care of the animal. Your latest fuzz dork is a walk-in from the wild. He's a healthy moron. Listen, that's good. I'm just not willing to roll the dice on that. I'm sorry. I've been burned one too many times.
Pie barm. Is that just a pie sandwich? What dumbass?
What kind of full English breakfast? Well, the full English breakfast features breakfast bacon, which we for some reason don't have. I don't understand how, as America, we permit the fucking British to have better bacon than we do. That is unfucking forgivable. Second of all, sauteed mushrooms with a little bit of beans on the side, with a good old pork sausage, some, you know, it fucks. You go smash a good full English breakfast in the morning with some hash browns. You're gonna feel like massacring some Indians. And you'll have the energy to do that.
tried to steal credit for the pie by putting it in between two buns. Gosh, stealing really is just in your nature, huh, England? India 4. So why are videos of Indian street vendors getting so much hate online? Why are...
Because they're absolutely fucking disgusting. They offend any normal sensibility a normal person would have. They actually elicit a gag reflex.
These people who are seemingly just trying to promote their business receiving so much racism and bigotry? This is an issue I've been seeing constantly online for a while, and it's kind of become a trend. A video pops up on Instagram involving typically a poor Indian man serving food at a stall in an overpopulated city in India. He has a long line of customers anxious to get their meal, so he's serving it as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Without even looking at the comments, I already know what they're gonna consist of. A country I'm not interested in visiting. Bring back British rule.
Yeah, maybe you're gonna get some new fucking roads and new buildings.
Don't go to any India restaurant, never and ever. People in the United States, let this be a lesson to you. We keep voting Democrats into office. This is how we are gonna be eating in 2030 November cap.
I mean, yes, Indians overwhelmingly support Democrats, and Democrats do not have the testicular fortitude to prevent them from bringing their culturally reductive practices over here.
What? Now the biggest gripe people have...
Reminder that Mexicans, as poor as these Indians are actually make an effort to be sanitary. Yeah, exactly. Sure, water has Montezuma's revenge, but that's a feature, not a bug. I don't know what that is, and I don't want to.
Have is the cleanliness, the hygiene, or lack thereof. And you know, all I really have to say to that is, you're not eating the food.
Of course I'm fucking not. I'm not insane or suicidal.
It's a video on your phone. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, and as long as it's a video on my phone, I'm just gonna gawk and laugh at it. But stay the fuck out of my country.
This man serving Indian street food is not going to come out of your phone and force feed it to you. Oh, do you all of a sudden care about the quality of food that the working class people of India are getting? If so, then why are you being racist to all of them? Oh, right, you don't?
Well, because realistically, the majority of them is like that.
Care. You're just using this as an excuse to spew your racism. Now, we'll get to the hygiene and cleanliness of India in a second, so I don't want to see any comments saying India's dirty. It's not racist, it's a fact.
So, to quote an anecdote from people who I trust as a source, because I also saw the aftermath of having to clean up after them, a group of spiritually enriched yuppies in their 20s, from Russian yuppies, went to India with an intention to go to Tibet. And they were supposed to start their ascent to sort of, get in touch with the roots of Buddhism, despite the fact that they've never practiced Buddhism. Regardless, sort of typical faux spirituality shit. And as they were preparing to start ascending, 3 of the 4 had the bright idea to order freshly squeezed juice at a high-end restaurant. 2 of them ended up in the ICU and had to be evacuated via airlift. That is all.
Because sure, India's dirty, as reductive as that may be, but that doesn't mean you get to be racist and affirm...
India is dirty. They can't keep their most treasured monuments clean. It's all... It smell like a fucking perfume landfill, yeah.
Whatever stereotypes you have in your head. These videos are essentially dog whistles.
No. It's not a stereotype. It's not a stereotype. I know of people who nearly died because they've eaten something that's not heat treated in India.
For the normalized Indian racism to come seeping out of the cracks. And most of the time, people don't even need an excuse to be racist. This just makes it exasperatingly easier. In my video...
Indians make it very easy to be racist to them because of the ways they fucking act. Is he going to get to the driver who killed 3 people after, and how 30,000 people signed? 30,000? Thunder Biome, you're behind the fucking time. 2.5 million Indians signed a petition to release him. 2.5, I think it got as high as 4.
racism against Indians online, the majority of the comments are just straight up slurs or derogatory terms for Indians. It's like people saw that I was standing up for racism and thought, I'll just counteract it by being more racist. It doesn't affect me, so please don't feel bad. I'm just trying to point out that people don't need a reason to be ignorant if they're just ignorant people. So now that
So apparently pointing out things that are true is ignorant.
there's a reason to be ignorant, everyone's jumped the train. The stereotype that Indian people are dirty and smelly is true. Just look at the proof. Or these people are just...
I've encountered Indians in real life. Yeah, that checks out. I live in Austin. There are, to trust you me, my sample size is way too fucking much.
Fucking poor, and poor people can't afford amenities.
No, the rich Indians are hardly better. I've lost count how many times I see the fucking extremely wealthy Indians that work, you know, in high-end tech jobs, for some reason still can't grasp the concept of using the fucking dryer, so they drape their fucking saris to dry off of the fucking balconies. You can take a fucking shower, yeah. Hurl yourself into the sea. No, Terry, that's way too close to a shower. You're culturally oppressing him.
You ever think about it like that? One of the really only beautiful things about social media is the ability to see and access so many different perspectives across the world with the tap of a finger. But because of the hyper-individualism onset brought to you by capitalism, empathy...
Yes, because we are individual people who have individual attitudes, and we're not just, you know, a gigantic uniform collective. You fucking despicable commie.
For others is exceedingly rare. This is a very real issue that is occurring in India. But people only care about pointing and...
Capitalism is so bad. Why do you live in America? Fuck off. Alexander the Great didn't go far enough. He should have refused the elephants.
Laughing, rather than raising any concern whatsoever. And nothing is more monetizable than hate. Big YouTubers that have no business or merit talking about Indian street food have decided to dabble. Meat Canyon, a creator known for their satirical and absurdist animations, made a video on his second channel ranking different street food videos based on how gross they appeared to be. I like some of Meat Canyon's videos, but what the fuck does he know about India? Now,
listen, if it talks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a fucking duck. And if it's a pile of shit that has some cardamom sprinkled over it, I'm sorry, it's still a fucking inedible pile of shit.
To be fair, he was pretty liberal during this video. I mean, there's no blatant racism. Besides this fucking thumbnail, I mean, Jesus, man.
Listen, that thumbnail is also accurate to the actual fucking shit in the video.
Again, this acts for a dog whistle for other people to be racist. That's the whole point I'm trying to make here. Another YouTuber...
Bitch, I don't need a reason outside of actually encountering Indians. The fact that there is in excess of like 10 Indians in all of Austin is reason enough for me to want them to leave.
Joe Fazer, who makes fitness videos, decided to, again for some strange reason, fly to India to try the infamously filthy Indian street food.
Firestone's Epic Savings Event is on now, so make sure your small maintenance issues stay small by catching them early.
See, that's a low IQ move. If you have to go to India to eat the Indian food, you've already lost.
Today I want to tell you about a place which...
Man, it sure is weird the communists suddenly become mind readers when they turn communist. I know. It's to better spot your thought crimes, comrade.
Which I'm so intrigued by. This is a country which its food has been voted one of the most dangerous in the world. It's known for its poor hygiene, strange cooking methods. You are almost certain to get ill eating here. So the question you're probably wondering, where is this place?
No, actually, that's not what I was wondering, Joe. You played us clips of India and Indian people, so I think I know where I am. Not the brightest...
This man put up a way better video.
Crayon in the box, are we, Joe? I was actually wondering why the fuck you decided to live box people, so I think I know where I am. Not the brightest crayon in the box, are we, Joe? I was actually wondering.
Brother, you really don't want to. You don't want me to break out the fucking calipers. You better shut the fuck up about who's the brightest crayon in the box.
Why the fuck you decided to live off of Indian street food for 24 hours? That's a pretty stupid fucking idea, if you ask me. Because obviously you're
you know what? A broken clock is right twice a day.
Going to get sick. These street vendors don't make food for rich foreigners. They make food for poor people within their same economic status. Maybe I have to spell it out for Joe here. These are poor people. Poor people don't make money.
Yeah, again, if you eat non-heat treated, non-sealed food in high-end restaurants in India that aren't McDonald's, you're also going to get sick. It's a distinction without a difference. The only difference is the amount of money you're going to pay for it. That's it. Minor spelling error, or no, truly the sign of an intellectual inferiority.
And you need money to buy things, even like hygienic products, like gloves, for example.
Like water?
A lot of the basic necessities that you may have access to in your...
You can go to any 10 food trucks within a 3-mile radius and not get sick. Well, no, Terry, again, we live in America. We sometimes, we tend to blackpill and forget that we are actually, you know, like a supranational power that is significantly better off than the rest of the world.
In your home country, these people don't. So maybe don't judge or eat the food because it wasn't fucking made for you.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Don't eat the fucking food is a very good guidance.
Anyway, he ate the food, and surprise, surprise, he actually didn't get sick. But surprise, 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 he pretty much enjoyed everything he ate while he was there, and said some pretty nice things at the end of the video.
All in all, the taste does live up to the hype. Every meal is unique.
You can go to the streets of Tijuana and buy a bag of fucking tamales off of an old lady standing 2 blocks from a whorehouse and you won't get sick. Also true. Probably because that lady knows what's coming if you get sick.
Unique, with flavors brand new to me, spices exploding in every dish. It is a completely different experience to what I'm used to in England.
The fuck kind of slop do you eat that this is surprising and you call that exploding flavors, my guy?
Joe Phaser, maybe.
Then again, he is a gym bro, so I guess, yeah, that also answers my question. Never mind.
Maybe I treated you too harshly. How about next time, don't use scary and or ominous music when talking about something you know nothing about, and you'll be just fine. People aren't able to see...
Really? An editing nitpick? That's the best you have? You fucking mop-headed freak?
...through the privileged perspective of their lives in a first world country. And trust me, it blinds you. India's sanitation standards aren't held up to your own? Well, no shit, it's a completely different country.
Yeah, it's a shithole. That's what I've been saying this entire time. I don't see what the point of disagreement here is.
With completely different societal standards, cultural beliefs, and historical background. Sure, the hygiene is an issue.
The rape is also not great.
Cleanliness is an issue. But these poor people don't deserve the blame for that. These people that live below the poverty line are just trying to get by despite their circumstances.
Listen, that's all fine and dandy. I just don't want any of them here.
And if racism and ignorance wasn't such a blatant attribute of hyper-individualism, people would be able to glimpse through the smog and see clearly that the poor people suffering in these videos are having to resort to subjectively uncleanly manners.
Is that also the fault of capitalism?
Not because they're dirty Indians and it's inherent, but because of decades
No, I've seen rich Indians. It is inherent.
Oppression. And now their
oppression by who?
Government's own lack of ability to recognize these street vendors for the crucial role they play in India's own economy. India's street vending plays a vital role in the urban economic ecosystem of India. Not only does it provide millions of jobs for the poor and migrant people, but it also provides cheap and accessible food for them.
Why are you not editing out your fucking put-on stutter? What the fuck is this?
Those that need it. These are essential workers of India, and like essential workers everywhere, they're severely mistreated. Not just by the people in the comment section of an Instagram post, but also by their own government. Inappropriate license ceiling in most cities, like Mumbai, which has a ceiling of 14,000 licenses, means more vendors hawk their goods illegally, which also makes them prone to the bribery and extortion.
Is he showing how stunning and brave he is for living with a stutter? Is that the point?
Culture under local police and municipal authorities. Besides harassment, heavy fines, and sudden evictions.
He's genuflecting his fucking stutter. Get the fuck out. He was beaten in a child and is attempting to use public speaking as sock med as therapy. I wouldn't read that far into it. I think the fact that he does have Indian on both sides of his family, it's more likely than not it's probably ineffective inbreeding.
It was difficult and often illegal to work as a street vendor. Only in 2014 did India pass the Protection of Livelihood and Regulation of Street Vending Act, which was
My dude, do you have trouble reading or do you stutter?
Enacted to regulate street vendors in public areas and protect their rights. However, still a lot of the main objectives sought out by the act remained ignored and overlooked because of preconceived perception of world-class cities, and the idea that street vendors don't hold up to that standard, impeding their acknowledgement as legitimate contributors to urban life.
I've eaten at street vendors in Japan. Street vendors in and of themselves are perfectly fine and dandy as long as they're, capable of washing their fucking hands.
Despite the fact that street vendors form a significant part of the informal economy, local authorities still refuse to implement the only piece of legislation.
Okay, so he's one of those sort of proud, self-diagnosing fucking high-function autists, isn't he?
Recognizing their legitimacy. These people are constantly overlooked, underfunded, and overcrowded. So when it comes to the measures they have to resort to in order to maintain their business by any means necessary, things can get a little bit tricky.
You're doing that shit on purpose.
That's why these videos on the surface are seen as unappealing and gross, because they're showing a marginalized group of people stigmatized.
Broski, this is a pre-recorded fucking video. You had as many takes as you wanted to make this. What the actual fuck is this? You're gonna tone police my fucking lifter guy for putting ominous music on? I'm gonna fucking roast you for your fucking bitch-ass inability to record a good take of you reading off of a fucking sheet of paper. You absolute dysfunctional fucking whip.
By the masses and constantly discarded in everyday life. Indian street food is not high-quality food. It's riddled with bacteria and often leads to diarrheal diseases due to improper handling. In most cases, running water isn't even available at vending sites. So because of that, hand and dishwashing are usually done in buckets or often without soap. It's unsanitary and it's unsafe. But how the hell are you gonna blame them? These people are not given the necessities they need to operate a sanitary and safe business. These street vendors are giving everything to support themselves while supporting their own economy at the same time.
Yeah, and that does not contradict the fact that India is a shithole, and I want to be as far the fuck away from it and the people from there as possible.
Only to be mocked and ridiculed. You know what they do need? The ability to run a sanitary business that has the potential to grow and expand. They need identification and registration, financial inclusion, access to credit, skill development and sanitation training, infrastructure improvement. Street vending needs to be acknowledged for its legitimacy so that it can be made into a planned activity, purposefully written into a city's urban plans. Otherwise, these people are always going to be regarded as dirty parasites trying to leech on to anything that they can. Empowering street vendors is not just about helping a vast informal sector. It's also about fostering economic growth, reducing poverty, and creating a more inclusive economy. Sustainable and comprehensive support from government, civil society, and the private sector is crucial for achieving this goal.
You still can't figure out if you want Pakistan or India to win the exchange? Yeah, I think it's a shame that both sides can't lose.
Now, India's neglected sanitation is an issue on its own. Open defecation has been something India has been struggling with for a long time, and only recently have—
Yeah, and now Canada also gets to struggle with it. Gee, I wonder the fuck why.
Things started to improve. Overpopulation and a lack of sanitation infrastructure severely contributed to this health crisis.
Yeah, just wall them the fuck in and let them figure it out until they're at a reasonable population.
The big one being the lack of toilets. That can make defecation difficult. The increased funding for more toilets to be built has improved these circumstances. However, the generations of living with no toilets, or the common customs that toilets are often built outside the house and deemed as unclean, results in a shift in cultural and societal norms, making it difficult to change the way people see sanitation. On top of that, lower castes for years had been tasked with cleaning latrines in India. While the caste system doesn't hold the same sway it once did in the country, perceptions about lower castes being connected to toilets has put a negative light on sanitation. So when people say—
So it's actually low caste to use the toilet. I fucking can't. Deport every last fucking one of them.
Indians are dirty, this is where that comes from. However, and because of racism's one-dimensional tendencies, those same people fail to see the full picture. Not only are the poor lower and lower...
My guy, I don't want the full picture. The full picture is that I want nothing the fuck to do with them. It's not a difficult proposition.
Middle class.
I understand you're a little slow, but... Stay with me here.
Unable to access sanitation and hygienic amenities, but they are also uneducated on those same practices and have been taught otherwise. The racism that is expelled once people see a video affirming their beliefs is disgusting and beyond reductive. People aren't—
You mean like the actual true things that they see affirmed in the video? Okay, my guy.
Born knowing how to be hygienic or how to be dirty. It's something that must be taught and is reliant on the environment.
I don't know, cats are for some reason born with an innate desire to be hygienic and clean.
Environment you are raised in. Nature versus nurture, man. Come on. These street vendors—
Actual being around Indians affirms racism.
are owed so much.
Dude, looking at real estate prices in Austin makes you racist towards Indians in particular. I know, because I'm still in the process of house shopping.
But at the very least, they deserve to know and understand the basics of important hygienic practices. And that is something that should be given to them by their own government. Indian food is a sacred part of Indian culture, and it wouldn't be able to hold its weight without street vending. Street vendors are often keeping a lot of the culinary traditions and cultural practices alive.
Maybe some of those traditions and cultural practices need to die the fuck off.
It's time they're shown the respect they deserve. So many hard working class people, especially essential workers, are overlooked in society. But they really are the backbone to so many important elements.
I can guarantee you, I will bet good money that this mop-headed fuck was pro-lockdown for actual essential workers, for the actual working class here in America. He sounds Californian. And that's not... No, yeah, I'll drop that point.
Can we please stop with all the hate?
No.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
You are a bile-filled commie. Don't lie to me.
Peace is all I want, and it's all I ever want. And if
no, you want a global revolution, and you will hang before you're able to do that. I'll see to that.
You want to hate a rich scumbag, a CEO, a government official, fucking anyone who works at a hedge fund. Because more often than not, and I have a pretty good hunch on—
What do you do for a living? I just have to wonder, what do you do for a living, my guy?
Things are shitty because of them. And they're the only ones that have enough money, time, and power to fix—
It's not his natural hair, not his accent, not his economic system. Nothing about him is real. You can hate an entire subcontinent. You're doing it right now.
Fix those shitty things. If you are an essential worker, thank you. And I'm sorry you're treated like shit. I'm gonna give you an air hug and breathe heavy just so it feels realistic.
Please don't touch me, you fucking patchy beard fuck.
I'm a great hugger. And if you're not an essential worker, be kind to your essential workers, please. And stop being racist because you finally think you have a valid excuse, if you even need that. This is an empathy-focused YouTube channel. Empathy shall be had. Saji Sharma out.
How about you empathize with putting some fries into the fucking bag? Hoo boy. I've been doing this for 4 hours. About to make a Muslim put pork rinds and booze in the bag? Hell yeah, do it, man. Do it. Look him in the eye the entire time. I don't want to do any reacts. I'm so so tired, boss. Okay, we'll do this one because American Thor is funny.
You guys gotta realize that what they're hating on me being sober, being positive, being this.
Holy shit, that's definitely a tattoo choice that I would have made at like 12.
They're just hating on what they gave up on.
Whoa, very nice.
The intro.
Welcome back to American Thor, everybody, and we got a
also don't wish that on people he shouldn't touch fries.
fun one for you today because there's been an exciting new addition to the fake alpha male cinematic universe roster, and that is this Kazakhstani uncut pressure.
No, not Kazakhstan. No, not the dysgenic capital of Central Asia.
Just gem of an alpha who calls himself Crowned Jose. I don't know why they all keep fucking calling themselves things like crowned and kinged. I don't know. You're not probably just, I guess, king of the douchebags. I don't know. But the amount of delusion that goes into crowned Jose here, who we're going to actually just call Bo Rat Watson, is phenomenal. Okay. So what we're going to mainly do in this video is actually react.
So tell you about Kazakhstan. Imagine a quasi-Muslim Soviet republic that, yeah, I think that should be enough. It's Afghanistan if it was filled by discount Asians, who lean significantly more into their Mongolian heritage, and are hamstrung both by participating in communism and practicing Islam.
Back to Bubba's video. Normally don't do this, but because Bubba did such a hilarious video on this guy, we got to put some of the one-liners in there. Yeah, and also make sure, if you don't already, go follow Bubba's channel. It's going to be in the...
Think the most obnoxious, out there, and gassed up, aggressive guys who never grow past 5 foot tall.
Pin comment and description as well. Let's jump into...
They're actually not poor. They're actually not poor because I forget what was their primary export. It was either oil and gas or, well, here's the thing. Most of the people are fucking poor. The elites are just filthy rich, and I forget what they're rich off of. If it's oil and gas or if it's agricultural produce. There's some kind of a mafia-esque structure there. But yeah, generally also not particularly bright.
This thing, and
no IQs above 80 are allowed.
And meet this newest fake alpha male all-star.
However, I want to introduce a new character. His name is Crowned Jose. I mean, couldn't call himself King Jose if it wasn't in the budget or whatever. No, his name is Crowned Jose. Like, who the fuck crowned you? What, like the King of England? This is so crazy. The level of LARPing in the AMU is
God, look at that absolute lack of a neck, brother. That beard is not helping you. Why is his name Jose? Why is he stealing your culture? I don't know, man. You take it up with him. My biggest concern is this is either very bad Photoshop or just some very unfortunate neck genetics. That is... So, I've recently made the questionable choice of shaving my beard, mostly as a step in skincare, because I just wanted to refresh whatever was happening under my beard, and it was a fairly sizable beard. So I haven't seen my full face in like a good 5 years or so. And no, it's not fuck yeah. I'm very displeased. I really don't like it. It feels very weird, and I will regrow my beard post haste. But the thing is that as I've shared in the Discord, I also now look like a fucking thumb because I shave my head as well. So I have no distinct features to my face. And in addition to that, I have a neck that's wider than my head, which was hidden by the beard. The beard was actually obstructing the fact that I have a neck that is almost as thick as, well, not my leg, but at least as thick as my calf.
Unbelievable. But this...
Oh, you were excited about catching a sandile? Yeah, you go for it, man.
This guy he's like a tier 1 level Wes Watson Glazer.
I mean, that's hilarious what Bubba says they're a tier 1 LARPer. I mean, that's really what all these guys are. They're all LARPing. Live action role playing is something that they're not. That's the entire fucking grift. But this guy, the shit he talks about, guys, about how fit he is, and when his boys show up, how badass they look. I just got to show it to you, and then we'll take a look at what this guy actually looks like afterwards, because it's just too funny.
You guys see the yachts, the dinners, the party, whatever the fuck, but we still stay accountable to ourselves and our habits, because we know
all I see is the fucking ears that extend past your goddamn shoulders.
what we believe in, and men have to be jacked. I saw a whole bunch of dudes last night not even present because of how uncomfortable and unconfident they looked, because they put no work into themselves. You guys, the self-work you put in you builds the self-worth in you. Get that.
Oh my God, this guy's a walking Buddha. Did you hear that? The self-work you put in is the self-worth you get. Thanks for that Chinese fortune cookie, buddy. But let's hear about you and your boys.
When me and my guys roll up just straight covered in ink, blasted, jacked as fuck, you could tell we're different, you guys. Not even
I can tell that you probably blast each other all over every night.
to talk shit. You could tell we're different. Everyone just looks around. They're like, what the fuck is wrong with these guys? These guys look fucking scary. What the fuck?
Okay, Jose. No, when everybody's staring at you, what they're not thinking is, man, look how scary these guys look. They're thinking, wow, these guys are the biggest douchebags I've ever seen in my life. And also, you and your boys being jacked. Let's take a little look at your actual fitness level there, crowned Jose. Now, guys, look, I'm not here to bash anybody that's in the first.
No, I'm here to bash. No. I'm gonna hate. You know what? The only thing that would be funnier is if he is found to take gear to look like this. If he's on fucking T to look like he barely lifts, that would be just the fucking cherry on top. Bro, where are your legs? Where is his everything? Is my question.
3 months of working out in their lives, like you can tell Jose here is, but brother.
Full on ghost lat syndrome. Just terminal.
Come on. You walk in and everybody in the room is shocked at how jacked you are. This makes me ashamed to have tattoos listening to this guy. God forbid that's what people think when I walk in a room. Who knows? But my God, you are not jacked in any stretch of the imagination there, Bo-Rat Watson. Okay, so let's calm down a little bit. But that's not where it ends there.
Yeah, you guys are definitely different. It's not in a good way. This one, right? This alpha male, I feel bad because it's too easy. This one's just simply too easy to roast, right? I mean, let's just talk about it. Why is this guy's lips so musty, crusty, and dusty? Like, put some chapstick on there. Drink some water. Oh my gosh, right? Why does bro look like a mouse? I mean, I don't get it. And then finally, why is he living in Wes Watson's house? Like, what is this? I'm not even like lying to y'all or clickbaiting or anything. I mean, there's a picture of him right there in front of the glass garage or whatever it is, right?
All right, so
I guess they're renting the same apartment.
Also, when he talks about being out on the yachts and the cars and all this stuff, this guy is taking his Instagram pictures in another man's car. This is Wes Watson's car that he's sitting in. I mean, look at this. He's taking his Instagram pictures in another grown man's car.
That is the most.
To act like he's.
That is actually the most Kazakh thing you can think of. Taking Instagram photos is very Kazakh / Chechen / Dagestani coded.
He's got clout, so he can push. I'm assuming a coaching platform. I don't know if I can't believe anybody's actually signed up for this, but maybe they have.
Right? No way. Mind, body, soul. Like, no way, bro. Manji got one of these guys to buy her program, Mind, Body, Soul. If you're new to the channel and you're not really familiar with why that saying is so, I guess, significant, is that it's part of another person's grift who's in the AMU, the Alpha Male universe. And that is just wild. Who is this guy? I mean, there are even Edgars now in the AMU. I mean, what is this? A Ratatouille Edgar?
What the fuck is this?
This is too much, bro. This has been too this is too easy.
I mean, it is. There's no way this is real, but it is real, and that's a sad thing. Bubba's right. It's almost too easy. I almost feel bad picking on this one. I think he's literally retarded, and we don't like to bully mentally handicapped people on the channel. But let's see what else he had to say.
Brother, I saw you bully Trench Grenade. Don't deny it.
That's some real shit. If your homie
listen, Trenchy is great, but he says things sometimes.
Is winning, and he's at the level you want to be at. Before you go over and fuck him over and make him lose, For the love of God, keep him winning. Make sure he wins so much because by extension, you win too. Before you go over and cross him over, think for a second.
What?
That's your next level up. He's the one who's going to hand you your next level up. No one ever did it by themselves. They had someone else give them lessons and put them in the position to level up themselves.
There it is, boys. He's Wes.
I did not understand a single fucking word he said. No, I understood the individual words. I did not understand the sentence that was supposed to relay. Can at least one of these fucking assholes just not try to talk ghetto? Well, I mean, birds of a feather, I guess.
Watson's little protege, as he said there himself. You got to have some other grown man give it to you. You hear that? You need somebody to hand you the keys to success, like old Crowned Jose here got from his buddy Wes Watson, I guess. Also, what he's trying to teach you there is that, yeah, you need to hire me and pay me to coach you. Could you imagine? I can't believe I'm saying this, but there's actually probably some young men who have signed up for this guy's coaching, and I'm just horrified at that thought. That's one of the things that we're really attempting to drive a stake into here on this channel is just young men out there. Please, for the love of fucking God, stop giving the fake alphas money.
Please talk to your dad.
You have to stop feeding them. Okay? They're like fucking gremlins, okay? You keep feeding them, they're going to spiral out of control, all right? You got to cut them off.
All right, guys, I really try my best to get rid of the background music. He even uses the same music as Wes Watson, like Rick Ross, Future, all those people. Okay, so my apologies. But I got to say this, right? It's just too easy. I can't roast him for having a lisp. I mean, do you hear him in the videos? Like, he's spitting on his phone. He's struggling to say words. It's embarrassing. Like, this shtick, this alpha male shtick, it just isn't for you, Crowned Jose.
All right, don't worry, Bubba. Just because you went easy on him doesn't mean the rest of us are. I'll make fun of him for having a lisp. Not that it's cool to make fun of somebody for having a lisp, but if you're going to be a fake alpha male, you cannot have a lisp. Okay? And you can't sound like fucking Bo Rat. It's not. To Bubba's point, this ain't for you, bud. Like, look, man, I get it. You want to be a part of the, the alpha male space, but I think you need to, cut your losses early, hang those shoes up, and, try your hat at something else.
You
I think
chill the
you
fuck
might
out.
find more success in.
Yeah.
This ain't it, but. So that's going to do it for this one. Let's be on the lookout for this guy because, I think he's going to be a definite gold mine if he can elevate himself up to the levels of the Wes Watsons and.
Oh, Christ. Okay, I'm done with the React slop today. I'm sorry. I'm going to crash out if I continue. I forgot that I downloaded Mechanicus. We're definitely not playing Mechanicus today because it's almost midnight. That was a steep dive on the elevator. Really? The Indian guy didn't do it for you, but the fucking Lispin Kazakhstani did? Okay. I guess if we want a shorter session time, no, fuck it. It's late. It's late. You know what? Let's do a quick run of Wolfmate. Fuck it. As a little, you can have it as a little treat. I did go a little bit hard on the Yap today. To be fair, we did sort of opt in for a very long video with the Epstein stuff, so that makes sense. It's probably I'm guessing the sort of last time. I don't feel like playing Wolfmate on a regular basis, just because, the game isn't that interesting. So I'll do you solid. Here's the deal, Oni Dojo. We'll do the following. If we get any clips from a given stream that I can reuse.
Based on what? Based on this dick in your mouth.
If we have a good clip from a given stream, then the next day we play a little bit of Wolfmate. I think that's a fair exchange. Upon pondering the Wolfmate more, you realize that the endings are based on escaping-ish, but the unlocks are about getting caught. I don't know, maybe. I'm not going to psychoanalyze that far. Find a way to escape the school. I'm listening for her footsteps. I'm actually gonna crank the audio up. Oh, you know what? I need to bring up my heart rate monitor. Confiscated the discount flyer. Okay. There's nothing to psychoanalyze in the game that taps so perfectly into the desire of the audience. You are so real for that. Just a second. I'm not gonna... Wait, no, that's not accurate. Why the fuck is my recovery so low today? Just a sec. Oh, it's because it logged my sleep as a nap. I see. Just a second. Let me quickly correct this. Because my Whoop tracker done goofed. Delete. And there was definitely more sleep. Come on. Come on. Don't do this to me. Come on. Edit sleep. I've slept until something like 11:30. There you go. What do you mean invalid duration? Get the fuck out. Yeah, Tuesday. Went to bed at like 11 p.m. That's right. Oh, okay. I have my AMs mixed up. Fair enough. And my Whoop battery is dying. It's a good thing that I pulled up my Whoop. Because now I know that I need to charge it. Whoa, okay. Are we doing okay? Just a second. Yeah, it's set to overdrive. Why is the GPU running at 99%? What the fuck? Oh, that's why my Whoop was losing charge so fast, because it was broadcasting my heart rate this entire time. That explains a lot. What is with that GPU load? God damn. Try to close some superfluous apps here real quick. Oh, I still have my work shit open. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. All right, I think we're... toned the graphics down a little bit. My PC does feel a little toasty. View distance, texture quality. I kind of don't want to do this. Volumetric effect quality. Post-processing low. There we go. All right. I think my mouse sensitivity is also all wrong. I'm just listening around for her. Actually, I need to bring the music down too. Audio. Music volume goes even lower, barely audible. She opened a door somewhere, I'm not sure where. Probably on the first floor. I think she's coming closer. I don't like the fact that I can't see her. Generator keys in the storage room. Alright, I don't hear her just yet, so she was probably still on the second floor. Oh joy. Oh, okay. Math problems, great. There's what? There's 6 in each? And 5 in that one. So that's not a locally contained puzzle. Right. Going upstairs is my best bet. Retrieve 9 balls? Wait, I need to get... Oh, no. There is no line of sight stealth. Run for something. She doesn't check lockers randomly yet, only if I look around. We're not going to complete this level today. Not if I have to hit 9 different spots on the map to solve the puzzle. Because it's getting pretty late and I got shit to do tomorrow. She also clocked me from very far away. I don't think not at this point, but at a later point she will be able to. Oh, you're like a King Janny now? Hey there, Dom. What is the Twitch Moderator Guild? What does it do? I think she's walking around somewhere. Apparently? Damn. Haven't joined the Discord yet? Ooh, I'm waiting for something juicy. You will advocate for total commie elimination? Yeah, Dom, don't get yourself removed from the group. Communism violates Twitch TOS, ban on site. You're sure it'll go over well? Listen, just keep yourself out of trouble. I think you're going to be significantly more useful as an entrenched informant. As someone who just suffers a cancellation for no reason other than for sport. What the fuck is... You wish Twitch had that decent TOS? Well, apparently TOS is also selectively enforced, so it doesn't matter if it has good TOS or not. Wish Twitch was decent, full stop. Yeah, it's also true. This is still better than YouTube, I'll give you that much. At the very least, I can field strip and reassemble a handgun on a Twitch livestream, and I'm not going to be banned for it the moment that someone reports it. Not so much on YouTube. Yeah, as a and as a general rule, the Twitch TOS isn't horribly bad. Alright, she's still scattering about. It's just funny that for some reason VTubers get more enforcement than actual oil-drenched whores and, pro-terrorist communists. But I guess I repeat myself. Is she downstairs? Permissiveness of Kick and Rumble are obviously better. I should probably eventually switch out YouTube for Kick. Because I'm really not getting any action on the YouTube side. In part, that's my own fault, because, I cuss a little bit too much. And I don't think that helps you with discoverability. The AI speech recognition model that was sold to Google back in the day works a little too well. A little too effective. Big Brother has us clocked in. Okay, just go the opposite way. Grab this. That's all indoors, okay. 3 in 1 room. I'm gonna be so mad if I run out of inventory space. I'm a little alarmed that I don't hear her. I think that's sometimes a false flag. It doesn't necessarily mean that she spotted me. She just does that. Alright, I don't hear footsteps. Now we hide. I fully expect a game to try to fuck me over and have her run in and auto home on me. Give it a moment. Alright. She seems to not be doing that. No, she's pretty close. How are you doing today, Dom? You've missed most of the yapping. I've kind of yapped myself out for the day. I am also preparing a pre-recorded video. You were at work, damn. Well, someone has to be. Did a double shift. Well, sometimes you just gotta grind a little bit extra. As long as they pay you worthwhile money, it's worth it. Supermarket flyer. Wait, oh, that's like an intentional I found you? That's like a have to lose thing? On premium meat. That doesn't look like A5 Wagyu to me. That's a chuck roast at best. Quick, while she's confused. She has to fight Saitama for that special. That's also true. An ironic Kershaw moment. I know. This game needs a Kershaw voiceover so badly. One of the extra DLC quests is going to be to put the ketchup back into the fridge, where it belongs after it's opened. Damn, those are some nice cuts of meat. The steaks are also nice. Yes, she did go ooh. Not to be confused with ooh. Okay. Well, we got our... Oh, no. Oh, you can now use peeking. Okay. We can now lean across corners. Putting ketchup in the fridge is optional. How fucking dare you, you actual animal. That's definitely an Indian cuisine-ass take, if I've ever seen one. Alright, let's quit out of the game. I've promised you one run. I have delivered you one run. You think you might make a short, silly video tonight? Remember to sleep. That's It's one of those things. It's one weird trick that helps you not feel miserable and actually be productive throughout the day. I get that shift work fucks with it and you want to do the fun employed thing of grinding content, but trust you me. Why racism is morally good? I disagree with that presupposition on the face of it if we're still using the sort of normal definitions of things. If we're using the libshit definition of racism, you may have a point, but I insist I would rather use the term xenophobic. Okay. You know what? You know what? You know what? Let me see how hard I want to grift today. You know what? Let's raid into Hara.
We're in the hole.
He's not playing War Thunder for once, so, you know. Organizing horses. Alright, let's mount up a raid if we're able to. I'm not sure what she's doing. She's doing something Total War, so it should at the very least be meme worthy. Let's reload the page real quick. Alright, so we're back on our regular schedule. Next stream is going to be on Saturday. Look forward to the pre-recorded video that I will hopefully record sometime next week. This has been Kuro Onii-san, reminding you to get some good sleep. Bye-bye.
God, we got it. That's all I'll say. Thank Christ we won that. Sheesh.